Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to Critically Drinking. As you can see here, I have Hawaii 3123 with me.
I forgot what my camera was.
You forgot where your camera was. Hey, I do that all the time. But if you are here, folks, listen. Today we are talking a little bit of obviously about the Little Mermaid here. We'll talk about a little bit about that, a little bit about like performative wokeness and all of that good stuff. So if you'll bear with me. I do have some banners, but I want to add a couple that I thought about while I was doing something else. So,
Okay.
Bree, I know we're not small talk people, but how are you doing today? How are you?
Good.
How's the weather?
I don't know. I think it's raining. No, I'm gonna answer now. And like I'm critically drinking some vitamins because I think my electrolytes are off.
Okay. Okay.
So micronutrients. There you go. That's what happened when you ask people small talk. You get random information.
Yeah, I mean that is true. Is that like one of them? You said vitamin nutrient water.
It's like an emergency, has like zinc, vitamin C,
Is it
E.
nasty?
I mean, it's
Sound
vitamin E.
nasty.
It's good. It has like a little fizz to it, but it's
Mm,
vitamin E.
that's what I
Got that.
forgot to do. Let me
Tastes
get
like
my music
Flintstone
back.
vitamins, kind of, but like the aftertaste part.
And yeah, thank you. The Lord said, what is up?
Are you
Listen, y'all, stop. Now listen. Right now, everybody pause. Everybody pause. Anybody that might be watching, if you're watching it, just stop what you're doing. Whatever you're doing. If you're working, stop. If your boss is talking to you, stop. If your kids are on your ankle, stop. Now listen. Two of the people, like top three that I can't even watch too many people, but two of them happen to be on the screen at the same time. We got Kauai Bree, one of the only people I can watch consistently, and Hanifa Naila. Hanifa just did a thing on religion, right? It was crazy. And the people had a reaction. Like they burst into flames.
They sure did.
She's got another one. Hanifa's got another one, like DJ Khaled, another one.
And another one.
Coming up Friday. Listen, I ain't even going to tell y'all the title. Just be present Friday for Hanifa's. Because I saw that title. I'm like, Hanifa is trying to send people into an early grave. Like, their heads are going to explode.
No,
like,
I think Hanifa's in like, it's like retrograde energy. She's just leaning in. She leaning in. Like, you know what? This is a perfect time. Y'all go and listen to her. Let me go ahead and hurt y'all feelings.
Boy. But yeah, I forgot what I was going to. I remember these two things I wanted to add to my banners. While I'm doing that, Bree, why don't we play the trailer really quickly for The Little Mermaid? I've got that slated here. Let me pull that. Right, everybody, give me 1 second.
Out of the sea, wish I could be part of that world.
Oh, you muted.
Okay, cool. I was moving those banners around. My bad. Again, thank everybody for being here. Today we'll be talking a little bit about the Little Mermaid and other such fish tales. She's so pretty. Such a beautiful voice. Such a beautiful voice.
Yes,
Let's see. But representation matters, people. Representation matters. Why would anyone hate that? That is the exact question we are here to talk about today. And yeah, so I'm so glad you asked. I'm going to star that, and we are going to return to it. So representation matters. So Brie,
Yeah.
when you first saw that trailer, how did it land on you?
I love the Bailey sisters. I've been watching them since they were wee lasses on YouTube. And so I know Hallie's gonna body this role. I believe Disney when they say that nobody else beat her as far as the singing. She has a Disney princess voice, like her talking voice. She sings like an angel. So I'm so excited for her. I don't really care. I wouldn't have cared if they didn't cast a black person. Honestly, I would not have cared. It wasn't something that I would have even thought about had they not done it. But the fact that they cast her, I can understand why. Like, I really do feel like she got the role based on merit. I don't even think they necessarily went in thinking they were gonna have a black Ariel. So like, I'm excited that I loved it. And I have little girls, you know. I have 3 girls.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they'll love seeing it too.
With that, when did you first become aware? Because we're talking about representation in media. When do you remember, if you remember, if there was an inflection point that your identities were not represented in a lot of the media that we consume?
When did I become aware of it?
Like,
I don't think I
not
wasn't.
specifically, but
It's strange because I wasn't aware of it. I think the only time like it was a blaring thing, like growing up, was like when you wanted to wear your hair like somebody you liked, or like you wanted to kind of pull off a look and you had to kind of figure out. I think for me, I've always been into alternative cultures. So I've always gone through fashion phases, even when I was like 8 or 9. I've always had a strong sense of self. So like, I remember going through my Spice Girls clothing phase, and like, I was so happy Scary Spice had somewhat like my hair. She didn't have my hair texture, but it was somewhat like my hair texture. So maybe I think also always relating to hair was when I noticed it growing up. I never really cared if they weren't brown. It was always the hair for me. So I don't even know if it registered as representation for me. It was just like, I want to wear my hair this way and I can't. So I don't know. I feel like that was it for me.
I get you. I wouldn't have used the word representation back then, but I'll tell you where I noticed it was professional wrestling. I used to love Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant. I mean, I'm older than most of y'all. So I used to like those old wrestlers. But the one black one was this guy, Coco Beware, or Junkyard Dog. And I was like, the options, they were never, they were good guys, but they were never on the same level as the Hulk Hogans and Iron Sheiks and the Andre the Giants. And I was like, I noticed that we never were at the top. We were never seen as champions. We were always sidekicks. Right. Then it came across in cartoons as well. I don't think I saw too many black characters unless it was like Fat Albert or something specifically black. I don't think I saw black characters until probably mid 90s. I think it was like Pro Stars, where Michael Jordan was he was a cartoon character. And I'm like, it was so cool to see black people on in the cartoons. So I know I noticed it in my like late childhood, probably early teens. And what about y'all in the chat? When did y'all notice that you weren't seen, like you weren't there? Now, with some of y'all being younger, y'all probably came up with some, but not a lot.
Yeah. And yeah, I grew up on anime too. So like for me, I didn't expect to see black people in anime also.
So then a sidebar question then, since there were not a lot of black representation in media, I know you talked about the hair. Did you ever fall into that thing where you were trying to be like the white characters? Like trying to do your hair or trying to get that look or trying to talk, walk, do anything like the people that we did see? I
think, I don't think it didn't feel like trying to be like them because it was the norm. Like black women still wore perms, black women still straighten their hair, you still got the straightening comb. So like it didn't feel like some people say when black women put on certain wigs and stuff, they're trying to be white. And I don't think it registers as that for us because it never did. Like growing up, my hair was always straightened anyway. even if I got it done, it had to be like hot comb first. So like it didn't feel like that. I think the first time where I like now that I think about it relating to hair was Cleopatra. It was like these two sisters like on the Disney Channel, and they had the Cleopatra song and they had box braids. Like I remember that being the first time. Like all the black girls wanted box braids. Like I know it was a thing, but when I saw those little girls with box braids, I was like, oh, I can wear my hair like somebody finally. So that's when it was like, I know I needed it.
Ted, facts. Echo and Rockaware, boy, they about to save me. They about to save my life, boy. Cause everything came out of that those menswear type catalogs with the big people stuff, and everything was flannel, or the stripes that didn't make sense. The vertical stripes, which widen you out, not the ones that make you tall.
The vertical ones are good. You talking about the horizontal stripes?
Whichever ones that make you look even fatter than you already are. Like that's the one they put on fat people clothes. And I know they do it on purpose. But Echo and Rockaware came out with like clean designs or plaids that were not flannel or patterns or design. I mean, I was like, I fell in love with Echo and Rockaware because of that. But
yeah.
Peace to Mr. He said, thank you for coming through. Said hello to you and Bree. I think I already greeted the Lord Ted, I'm pretty sure, but glad you're here. Also, one of the only gamers I can watch. I spoke to about the ladies, a couple of the only panels that I can watch. I watch Mr. He said on Saturdays, the shop. I know he has something else on Thursdays, and I think Shame on Sundays with his lovely wife. But I watch them as well. And the Lord Ted, man, I watch him game because he does chat with the audience during his gaming stream. So
yeah, we're in his people that
check me out. Yeah, you said what?
We're in his cult.
Yes, we are in his cult. And I think I'm about to die. I think I'm aging out of his cult. Echo Rockaware. And Sean John. Oh my God. Sean John. Thank you, Diddy. Moesha was the reason I started wearing box braids. Okay. So there is a strong influence. Moesha,
yes, Brandy.
It was so cool seeing black people be black on TV. When I finally saw it, like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was like one thing, because like Will was kind of like black-ish, but he wasn't like my people. But Moesha Neal, oh man,
UPN was doing it for the culture back then. Whatever the channel was, UPN 69 was doing it for the culture. I don't care what y'all say.
So that becomes the next question, Enya. Are there any characters that became personal to you or showed you that you belonged in a world also? So Bree answered that question, but Enya, everybody in the chat, was there a specific character that showed the type of person you are, how you identify, that you belonged in these worlds of fantasy and fiction as well?
I think I never really connected per se with the shows on UPN. I did watch them because it was just like black family shows. I didn't really connect with those because I grew up with a single mom. So I still didn't connect with them anyway, but I remember when Brandy was Cinderella. So like that's when it was like, oh my gosh, because Cinderella was like actually already a princess in classic Disney princess. So I feel like when she was Cinderella, that's when it really hit for me, because I was still young too. So I also didn't watch A Different World. We never watched the Cosby Show. Like we didn't watch none of that.
Wow, you're right, Enya. She did not wear the Hoochie Mama shorts. And I'll be talking about the Hoochie Daddy shorts. She did not wear the Hoochie Mama shorts. But you're right. And Dwayne Wade, Dwayne Wayne. Yes. I'm trying to think. Who let me know that it was okay? Because I really did. I rejected the Fat Albert. I was like, God, there's a fat guy, but why you got to be so goofy? Who was my first character? Because it wasn't just black for me. They had to be a big person too. All the big people. I don't know if anybody's noticed this, but all the big people are really goofy on a lot of shows. Chris Farley as the white guy. Even a lot of the black guys, they always make them goofy. So salute to you, Wally. Mr. He said, thank y'all for coming through for show. So who are the Wally, Mr. He said? I know Mr. He said Dwayne Wade, but Wally, who are some of the people that let you know that you belonged in the world of fantasy and fiction and sci-fi? Who are some of those people? I know one of the ones that really impressed me though was Wesley Snipes in Blade. Wesley Snipes in Blade, that showed me that we could do it at a high level. Because a lot of times we do something, but it was always like blaxploitation level. You know what I'm saying? It was like bootleg, off Broadway. Everything was always
even
like...
the UPN shows didn't have the family, like the Full House, Full House budget. You know what I'm saying? They didn't quite have it. Yeah.
The budget. But Wesley Snipes came out as Blade, and it was like blockbuster level. I was like, oh, mama, we made it. Like, we here. We here now. see. I am going to play this next clip really quickly. I do want to skip ahead.
Think she's round. Out of the sea.
Yes.
Is it I wish I could be. She's a black girl. She's black! She's black! She's black! Mama, she's black! What? She's like me!
Ooh, you should have warned me. I'm gonna cry.
My bad. Yeah, I mean, but representation does matter. It means a lot. To see yourself reflected and the things that you watch and consume, it's important. I think people misunderstand. What is that? It's hard to be something that you've never seen. So sometimes, like you're modeling, it's easier to model if somebody that looks like you had similar situations and circumstances can elevate or go through these life processes. It means something. It psychologically unlocks a part of you. And I think sometimes we take that for granted. Yeah, Wesley Snipes Blade. Yeah. Taj Mowry and Smart Guy. Yep.
Oh, I forgot about him because that
Appreciate
literally
it.
was like my life. I forgot about Smart Guy because I told you about that
Yeah.
before. Like that I really related to Smart Guy for real. Like they was trying to skip me for so many grades. My mom having her degree in child psychology, she was like, absolutely not. But I was so smart that they were gonna skip me ahead. So many grades. I ended up going to a magnet school. I did actually go to class with older children in my school. So I was in second grade going to like fifth grade classes for like some of my courses and stuff. So I related to that. That's probably the only character I really feel like I could relate to.
Hey, that's what's up. I know it wasn't. I think I felt more, probably not just the time period, but like mentality. I felt more akin to Will Smith because I was like the class clown. I was a class clown because I was boarding class, so I would goof off, and I identified, I guess, with Will Smith's character, always goofing off and getting into trouble for it, but never having a bad heart. It was just always just having fun. Wayne's brothers. Who are the Wayne's brothers?
Wayans. They show. Yeah,
Sean and yes, the Wayans brothers. Tabitha Brown is another one for today's youth. She's natural, and in her children's shows, she represents little black girls being friends. Now, what do you feel about people in this political realm? I didn't have this as a question, but like people like the Barack Obamas, the Kamala Harris, the lady from Georgia, I can't think of. She almost beat Kim.
I mean, I remember even Condoleezza Rice before that.
Condoleezza Rice, Colin Powell.
Yeah. I mean, for me, Condoleezza was stood out because I guess I was old enough to pay attention to it. And just seeing her, I think, was pretty cool. I cried when Obama got elected. I remember being at my friend's house watching his. Like, was it his? No, I think on election day when he won, when we were watching them kind of go through the streets. Oh my God, that was amazing. Like that really, I remember that moment. Like that really felt like, oh wow, like we really can do anything now. Like you can make your arguments about whether that you still feel that way, but at that moment, it was a big deal, and I still feel like it is.
I probably wasn't. I was excited, but I'm gonna tell you the inauguration with the crowds of people who traveled just to be close. It was like that kind of weird. You could feel the energy coming off of people who were so excited. The people who thought they might never see, like the older people. Oh my God. That touched me. So I'm gonna move off of that before I get overtouched. We are going.
You can't be over here sniffling, but you played that clip knowing I got 3 little girls at the house. You know, that hit me right in the field seeing them little girls crying.
That it matters. It matters, and I think sometimes we take it for granted. People need to see something. So even when we have all these conversations about relationships and black men, I think people need to see healthy modeling, even for the regular, everyday, day-to-day life stuff, as far as relating, working, how to take care of homes, like even on like taking nonfiction, even in real life, I think we're losing a lot of the models. We talk a lot about how people say black men are the most interactive with their children above all other races. But as far as present in the home, how are you modeling how the person lives if they're not in the home with you? So, I mean, just being present and showing up for moments it may not hit the same as being able to see that person move through life and how they operate in moments of times of stress and joy and all that good stuff. So I think we need to have modeling. It's representation matters even inside the home. Marcus, critically sober, appreciate you for coming through. Beyonce is going to be president. Oh, Jesus. You don't see little black boys in media either. When we do see people in media sometimes, for a long time, we had to battle negative representation and stereotypes. It took a long time. And that's pretty much what we're talking about. We're talking about the positive representations because the negatives have always been there. You know, the whole drug dealer, pimp, something. There was always something. But as far as the positive representations, Obama's election happened when I was in Iraq. So it was very impactful to see Iraqis and Middle Eastern people react positively to the U.S. having a black president. That's crazy. Yeah, thank you for your service. Absolutely. Thank you. A lot of people don't even know the origins of the Disney tales are from the Brothers Grimm, just cleansed. Absolutely. We're going to be talking about that a little bit too, because people talked about the storyline and how you can't change the story. But I'm like, the 1989 product was changed. So we got to talk about that. And Marcus, thank you for your service as well. You know, I know we overlooked your service quite a bit. We like to joke on you, but thank you for your time served too. How and why and when Disney was made, aka Mickey Mouse, etc. in World War II era. Facts. Yeah, because original Hans Christian Andersen Little Mermaid. Because I forgot to mention that. I had some notes and I've been skipping over some stuff. So let me do a little work. The Little Mermaid. We're talking about Halle Bailey, who is right here. She's 22, American-born actress and singer. She'll be playing the Little Mermaid, which is originally an 1837 Hans Christian Andersen tale, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Most people are familiar with The One Under Bree, the 1989 cartoon or animated Ariel, Little Mermaid. So we've gone through representation matters. I played the video out of sync. I was supposed to play that first, but we played that last. But now I have the second. If it ain't woke, y'all, don't fix it. I'm going to play this video. I'm going to play part of this video.
You think I'd
I'm
be
gonna go
able
back
to
so y'all
make
can see
some
this
sort
real
of
quick.
witty
I
reference?
want y'all to see what's going on the screen. Got Halle Bailey at the bottom. And an AI generated.
You think I'd be able to make some sort of witty reference in regards to any of the songs within The Little Mermaid, considering I was subjected to that movie every single day of a summer when I was growing up.
Go for about a minute.
Sister was bogarting the VCR. My dad and I were contemplating smashing that thing. And if you were asking what a VCR is right now, unsubscribe and get that shit out of here. You're making me feel like an old man. Ray. But anyhow, you got a new Little Mermaid movie coming out, right? New Little Mermaid coming out. This is an established character off of the Hans Christian Andersen work. She's described very clearly as a white chick with red hair. This was not a problem for Disney when they stole this story and then used it to make a huge franchise. But now that they're all wokenomics over there, like, you know what we got to do? We got to engage in some of that rage advertising that works so well. It works in the short run, but not in the long run. Ask Marvel. Ask how that Captain Marvel's working out. Ask about.
So this is some of the reaction that people are having to it.
But they're going to do it again anyway.
Woke sales on the screen.
And of course, you got a live action
into ginger
Little Mermaid
white girl
coming out, and boom, we're gonna take the white ginger chick, throw her the shit out, and bring in a black chick with is that red hair or brown hair? I can't tell. So maybe I don't know if they're completely throwing out all the characteristics of the original Little Mermaid or just the skin color. But anyway. This is not going over well. It's just not. Nobody on the trailer wants this. Hey, all the people who are interested in a new fucking Little Mermaid movie.
Yeah, now listen. We're going to talk about that, Ted. We about to talk about that. We are about to talk about that, y'all. Listen. When you heard all the backlash about the Little Mermaid, what was your original feeling or thought? Or both?
Child, honestly, I do not be caring what these snow roaches gotta say. Y'all didn't have no smoke for when what's his name? Jake Gyllenhaal played the whole Persian person.
Prince of Persia. Yeah, Prince of Persia.
They be tripping. Scarlett Johansson, they try to slide her ass in there to be in Ghost in the Shell. Who was a whole ass Japanese woman. Egypt, the gods of Egypt had whole ass white people playing Egyptian gods. Girl, like I really okay, y'all. So I don't let people gaslight me. I don't let people. I know they don't know they lying to themselves and me, but I don't have to indulge. So it's about race. We all know it's about race. Now they gonna keep on saying it's not about race. We know it's about race. So
okay, yeah, Cleopatra
Right.
didn't look like Elizabeth Taylor either. Yeah,
a whole ass white woman. Okay,
there's definitely some tripping going on, and I was like, what is popping, y'all? What is popping? But I want to ask a question first. Do you have any projects that you feel really suffered? Because a lot of the claims they say are the stories suffer, the narratives suffer. Oh my God, why would you debase this project like this? It's literary gold and you turned it into trash. Like, do you really feel like any property suffered simply because of the color changes, the whitewashing or the wokewashing?
I do feel like some Netflix shows suffer from casting because of trying to get all the Bible too, honey. Cause look, my daughter, she homeschooled. We be getting the little Christian programs, right? We have to always take a little side mission and be like, look, now they got this white Moses on here, girl. Let's talk about this. We know Moses ain't white. Let's just go read the Bible. They had lines and shit. Like, girl, look, where lines be it? Where lines be it? Let's just walk through this. Okay, what else be over there? They was in Egypt. Can you point to Egypt on the map? Okay, so we all know Moses wouldn't look like this. So we have to have that conversation all the time. You know, context clues. But I do feel like some of the Netflix shows be struggling because I feel like I don't know if they pick the strongest actors or the ones that fit the box sometimes. So I will say that, and I feel like Ghost in the Shell, like as an anime fan that really suffered, I really would have liked to see an Asian woman play the main character in Ghost in the Shell. I know for the story of Ghost in the Shell, she's an angel. Like, she's not really a real person and she changes her looks and stuff, but like, come on, y'all, like the art, even Ultraviolet, which was based off an anime with Charlize Theron played the main person. So I just, you know, for me, if it's anime and the art is really iconic, I always hate when they don't cast an Asian person for that.
I'm actually glad you said that because I'd intended to have some questions about that specifically. But I don't see it in here, but I've got a list here, so I might just be overlooking it. But with anime specifically, have you seen this become a problem? Is this something that happens with anime? Like with the wokewashing or trying to include different gender swapping, race swapping? Is there any of that going on there?
I feel like anime, we had a show about this on our channel 20 and I talked about wokeness in anime. I do feel like more American anime viewers are pushing for more wokeness. I feel like in that space it's not really I feel like art imitates life and it's like Japanese art and Japanese culture is so a part of anime. So like if it's not that many black people in it, I mean, that makes sense to me to some degree because like, you know, for it to even be anime, it has to be animated in Japan, right? So, but there are some black creators that are making original anime stories with more black characters, which is cool. But I feel like anime, like for instance, Cowboy Bebop, which is old, was very like had so many different races and like people and like so there are some anime that have already exist that do have black characters. I do feel like they pop up here and there. Now they got some problematic characters too. Talking about you, Mr. Popo on Dragon Ball Z. Look. And Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan, his name is Mr. Satan, but it's Satan in Japanese and he black.
Yep.
I ain't really like that. So they do have a problematic things. But I also understand like, you know, kind of where it comes from. But yeah, I do feel like woke culture is going into anime as well. So I'll be interested to see how that works.
Now, really quickly, because I have not been following my notes very well, because that's where some of these things I'm looking for, they weren't in my questions. They are in my notes, and I haven't been looking. So give me a second. Let me hit this chat. I never recalled watch anime, but from what I heard, a lot of the creators were aliens always represent black people, and Mr. Popo and a weird boxer that no one can understand. Creatures, yeah. I can see that. But let me see. Twitter. Back to that video I played. I want you to notice on the Twitter when the guy posted that Twitter thing where he fixed. He said he fixed Ariel by making her white. So I wanted to draw attention to that because saying that you fixed it by making her white that has a connotation to it to me. That's an inference. Or I took this black person's skin, I made it white, and that's fixing. So I'm like,
but kept her whole voice.
Broke.
Kept her whole voice. The fish
so the only thing that was broke was the skin.
Right. The fish can talk, which was not in the Hans Christian Andersen. Crabs singing musical numbers about being under the sea. All that is fine.
The other day, I did say I was trying to make Wokewashing a thing, but when I did a search for Wokewashing, obviously it was already a thing, so I can't take credit for that, y'all. I gotta be honest about that. And one thing about Wokewashing, what they said is watering down the intellectual property because of trying to sell diversity. They try to fan bait by making intentional announcements of casting departures, such as casting a black lead or casting an all-woman Ghostbusters team. Then there's the cycle that they pointed out when I was doing a little bit of research. They pointed out a cycle, and I've seen this. I didn't pay attention to it till he pointed it out. But after they do that announcement, the participants, whoever the woman is or gender person is or whoever the racial person is, they'll get harassed. Invariably, they get harassed. Then they'll take a break from social media, which they're saying this is some little cycle that's a planned intentional part of the production cycle. And then then they demonize all the rabid fans that made that person leave social media. So then I know Star Wars did that. There was a lady that there were so many people. There was a Rose, an Asian lady, that they did that to. I think they're trying to do it to Halle, but it's like they'll jump on somebody. Like even that guy that I just showed, he was like the woke actor. No, she's just an actress. She's not a woke actress. She just happens to be black. They cast her maybe in a woke way, but even still, even if there was no talent involved and she was a diversity hire, a quota, some kind of diversity push, she's not a woke actor. There's no section that you go for woke actors. So I thought it was like the framing is very interesting.
Yeah, they just really make that up. I forgot when you mentioned earlier about like I feel like Star Wars was ruined by wokeness. That's what I feel like. I don't know. The director was trash. This female director they picked trash. I don't know what she was on when she wrote that. Ray didn't make sense. It just felt like a lot of times the Wokewashing to me is most annoying with the girls, like when it's like the Ghostbusters, like unnecessary, just like overpowered female. Like I'm so over that. I really hate that when it feels like in Star Wars. Ray is. Listen. I hated that whole trilogy, and that director is trash.
I'm gonna tell you the one that got me. This one almost slipped my mind. Wonder Woman 84. Wonder Woman 84 blew my mind. Like she's like literally defeating the person with the power of empathy. Like she's defeating the villain with the power of empathy. Like I'm like, okay, we gotta stop. We gotta stop.
So
like,
ass.
The
first one was good. Why they do that?
The first one was good. The first one was good, and it was woken up. It was just woken up. It included like women's empowerment, and disillusionment from like indoctrination. And I know we kind of talk about how women are kind of pushed into like weird socialization mechanisms that they have to break out of. But boy, that second one, whoa, hot garbage.
Hot garbage. I even as a female, that just feels like I don't need that. Like I like my female strong characters like Cersei Lannister. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like I just write a good female character. You don't have to remake it and put a female like subverted. It feels annoying. I hate that. That whole Star Wars, throw the whole thing away. It's trash.
But see, that's it right there. And that to your question, why does it have to be a woke movement? Because people don't know how to do it organically. Like I think this is the difference between what we've been talking about on Bree's channel and my channel. Like organically, if you just accepted people, they would naturally be included. But because it's unnatural and it's to perform and show that we're inclusive and empathetic and compassionate, it gets forced down your throat. Because they're forcing it in. It's forced love. It's forced acceptance. It's not real acceptance. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it wouldn't even be a thing. A Lannister
Right.
always
You
pays
can
debts.
you can feel when somebody just wrote a character out of love for the character. You
Mhm.
know how they write these female characters versus like, oh, we just need a female and then we'll figure out the details after. Like, I just feel like you can feel it. You know, like I said, Game of Thrones, you can say what you want, but I generally like the female characters that George R. R. Martin writes into the shows. I'm not gonna say the same for the directing all the time, but you could just like, I don't know. I feel like it's more organic that way. And even in like the new Lord of the Rings show, like I'm enjoying some of the characters that they're writing, and just I don't know. I feel like there are good ways to do it.
Definitely. I kind of like the Lord of the Rings. I do feel like some of the choices, like when I look at it, I feel like they try to do the woke thing.
Yeah.
But you can tell that the production, they tried to rise above that. It was a thing they did, but not the only thing they did. They didn't make it solely for wokeness, but they tried to be very diverse.
And understand that TV was so whitewashed and media was so white. It's gonna be stark for you. I think it's gonna be like, wow, it's black people in here. But I don't think we should. That doesn't always mean it's bad, because like, you know, I like to stream movies every once in a while from like 20 years ago because it's easier to get around copyright stuff if it's more than 20 years old. And like, you watch these movies, they're so white. Like, they're so white, even when it doesn't make sense to be so white. So like, if you see black people, especially Lord of the Rings, like I watched the whole Lord of the Rings movie trilogy, like all of them once a year, right? So like, it's really white. So like, of course, if it's a new Lord of the Rings and you see any black people, it's gonna be like, oh look, it's a black, it's gonna stand out. So I don't necessarily think even having that reaction is I think it's a natural reaction.
That makes sense. I'm gonna ask you another question. Do studios and artists owe more to the audience or to the art itself? Because a lot of this diversity stuff is, I would say, is almost like fan service. But do they need to more lean on more on the craft or this creative wokeness?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you're trying to do, right? Like, I mean, if you're trying to like cater, if you're trying to like, I think if you're a big studio like Disney, then you have like, come on, it's Disney. So like, really, at the end of the day, like they can do what they want to do. But I think that Disney, you know, I think it's a money thing. It's a capitalist society. You see the world, it's more people want to see people like themselves. You know, and so yeah, it just makes more sense. The world is like not as white as, you know, America even. Like, I mean, black people are consumers. It's a strong marketing move. I mean, so it just depends on what you're trying to do. I think it makes sense to add more, you know, inclusive characters to your lineup as Disney. It just makes sense. So, I mean, you know, it just depends on what you're trying to do. You can't really cater to your audience all the time, though. You have to have some vision for yourself.
Can't please everybody.
You just would, yeah, you'll never satisfy everybody anyway. So you have to have a firm vision. So I think it's more about your art, what you're trying to do.
No, that definitely makes sense. And I was thinking the exact same thing. Summer, 2 Chopsticks. Queen Latifah played Ursula, and it wasn't a problem. But she was a baddie. She was a bad person. Mm-hmm. She was a villain. So it's a lot more palatable for Black people specifically, to play the role of a villain. It's a lot more palatable for women to play either the nagging shrew or the mother, like the godmother, the magic woman that comes and fixes things. There are certain tropes that different minorities play. Gay characters have certain roles that they allow. Asians have certain roles. Even if the movie didn't call for it, why did the Asian person always know Kung Fu? Like for a long time, the Asian person always knew how to do some kind of fancy fighting. Yep. Even how in Star Trek, the Vulcans who looked the most Asian had the funny grips and stuff. So it was always some kind of the Kung Fu grip. So I always thought that was kind of interesting, how little things bleed into our media and therefore our minds. So definitely, let me see, I already answered that question. Just add more diversity in home. I'm sorry, I'm just going back through the notes. Whoa, big note. See, I noticed with Black people, I know, we may get upset for a moment, but then quickly get over it. for example, Shea Moisture products try to Shea Moisture products try to expand the audience to other women by watering down the product. Black women were upset, however, got over it and still supports. Why can't it be the same in this situation? Okay, be mad, but all the racist memes. Now you made a point. Now this right here, you're right. Why do they like linger on it? I don't know, but this part right here, the representation matters, goes both ways. When you see yourself, but then when you see yourself rejected by the society, I don't think people understand that is a form of racism too, because I guess it would be called like the microaggressions that they say. But when all of society, not all, forgive me, when a large degree of society worldwide rejects your image, you're going to feel something. And it may not be explicitly racism. They may not intend to be racism, but the impact is going to be felt like racism. If you know the criticism is solely because of the skin, because the only thing they changed was the skin color and it fixed it. So the problem was the skin.
I think groups don't like to realize they're losing power, honestly. I mean, I see the same thing with men and women, like the same dynamic. The Wahites and the black folks, it's the same dynamic you see with some of the men and the women. I just think groups don't like to see outward manifestations that they're losing their firm grip and absolute power. So I think it's really about that. Like, you're the privileged class. You start seeing signs that you're not so privileged anymore. You're not going to like it. Who want to lose power? Nobody. So, like, I feel like it's also that I don't even think they registered it as racist. I think that's why they don't feel like it's race-based. It's more power-based. Yeah. So.
And they don't know that the power came from the race.
Yeah. I think it's like you've enjoyed the power. It's just how it's been. You don't really know why you feel like you're losing power. You're just losing it. So I think it's a natural reaction. Like I said, I see the same thing with men, who as women become more autonomous and have more power, and we in America, so that's capital. Like it's some men over there at the house not happy about it no more. And why would you be? Because that's nobody want to lose power.
Nah, you're right. I think that's it. I think that's exactly it. We're disconnected. We don't understand that we've compartmentalized and forgotten that the sources of our power were something other than ourselves. We start to internalize and thinking that our privileges came from us being special. I think we've seen that even in consumerism. People are like, I'm a self-made millionaire, and they think they're the source of the power, but it's actually the audience. And they actually probably didn't even do much. They just showed up. And
you had the right skin color in the right decade for a lot of people. Yeah. Just had the right skin color in the right time period in history. And for some people, that made them just go ahead and get the power.
Ooh, Jesus. Yeah. I mean, that's a real thing. And unfortunately, there's no way to you can't prevent anybody from being hurt. And that's not gender based. That's not race based. Everybody gets insulted. But we do have to kind of build up some sort of resilience so that insults don't hurt. But when it becomes systemic, like no matter what movie or TV show or book or comic, no matter what comes out, the person that looks like you gets rejected, that's systemic. That's a problem. That's not just one person saying you look like a lizard. That's like an entire country of people, millions of people saying that you look like a lizard. That is a problem.
It's always going to be somebody that have something to say about you anyway. Like, I taught my daughter how to clap back early. So, I mean, because we lived in Seattle. So, like, she was like one of the only black girls, and they'd be like, why you always got your hair in braids? She'd be like, your hair ain't like my hair. I can't wear my hair like yours. And that was just hoping, the girl didn't like it. She just like, my hair's not like your hair. I can't wear my hair like you wear your hair. That's it. I mean, she educated her and clapped back, and the girl got mad. And then the teacher calling me, talking about my daughter clapping back. So, once again, you just got to teach your kids to be resilient. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're black. It's always going to be somebody who don't like you. So, I feel like in that situation, I wouldn't be so anxious about it. I wouldn't project that the world's going to reject them because they're black. Which I don't really care for CRT and some of these critical theories. I think no matter who you are, where you are, it's always going to be somebody who don't like you because of what identity you wear. And so I think the best thing to do is just prepare people to have strong sense of self so that they don't feel like they need to change because of somebody's opinion. But I don't think in 2022 we should be projecting on our kids that they're going to inherently be disliked because they're Black, because I don't think that's the reality completely.
Right. Now, I agree with you. And that kind of leads into my next question, because it's not necessarily Black, because even within Blackness, even inside of Blackness, we have an issue. So like Zoe Saldana played Nina Simone a while back, and people were up in arms because she had to darken her skin. The darken her skin to play Nina Simone. Hola. So should people not play a character if they can't embody them without heavy augmentation? Or should the performance be what we focus on? Bree, go ahead, because you seem to have a feeling about Zoe Saldana.
Zoe knows she should have sat her down. Sat down somewhere. She knows she wrong for that. You ain't the color. You ain't got the singing talent. You don't have the acting talent. They could have put Viola Davis. It was other darker women who had the acting chops and were closer to the likeness of her that could have done that. They tried it. Is she even all the way Black? She regular Black. Is she garden variety Black?
Wait, what are you doing right now?
What is she? What kind of Black is she? Because she ain't regular Black acting like that. Let me look up. Go ahead. She ain't regular Black.
So she's what does that matter? See, after we did this whole thing,
the audacity showed me she ain't.
So you're saying if they had just lightened her up, darkened her up or whatever, like that's not the color mattered to you. So like, what about the Ariel
it's
thing?
Not
so
the color. She ain't acting right. She ain't regular Black. Thank you.
She's an actress.
I rest my case. Okay, she Dominican Black. Okay, there you go. There you have it.
Inya, see y'all see, come on, Inya.
No, the fact that she had the audacity told me she wasn't FBA. She wasn't FBA Black. She wasn't regular Black, because it's the audacity for me.
So let's drill down and figure out what exactly was it. So it's not just the skin color, because we can't do that, because that'd be hypocrite. Like if it was just a skin color, like then the whole show's a hypocrite, the whole thing. So you said it's acting talent and singing talent. You saying she's not an actress?
Not for that. Does she do biopic? Does she do heavy dramas where she's not just a pretty girlfriend or something? I mean, she do action. Like, that's her bag. Exactly. That's cool.
She was in Drumline. She was good in Drumline.
She was the girlfriend. So once again, that's not your lane. You had to darken your skin to play the role. And you don't have the talent for singing to even be like, why should I play this role? Once again, it was the audacity for me that showed me she was not a foundational Black American. The audacity on her told me she was something else.
I hear you. I hear you. I just feel like, I think the one mistake they did was trying to darken her skin. Like that was like blackface for her.
That was the one mistake.
No, she could. I think people should like to the question. I think people just need to embody the character, like with their performance. They don't have to try to put on prosthetics and things like that.
Okay.
To like somebody. Like
you really over here capping. It's because she pretty, ain't it?
Jamie Foxx and Ray Charles.
They was about the same color though.
The performance, he performed his behind off.
Okay, but Jamie Foxx can sing though.
I mean, that's true. I mean, I'm trying, man. Listen, I'm trying to give her a song.
She wrong, and it's the audacity for me. But she Dominican, so we gonna go ahead and move on, because you know.
J-Lo
don't get me started.
Beyonce. All right. I don't know what's wrong with you in this FBA thing.
I'm not really an FBA person, but once again, it was the audacity for me to tell me she wasn't regular Black.
Jamie Foxx looked like Ray Charles. I never used that emote ever. Oh yeah, you did just call me. You said I was capping. You know what? All right. I see how y'all playing. Y'all playing rough today.
But over here capping.
All right, I'm gonna take that. L. But I'm gonna ask another question. Is this our society shifting to symbol over substance? So like we have a long history in society of gender and race swapping as far back as ancient Greece, into Africa, into ancient Japan with the kabuki. So this is a thing that's been going on for ages. But now we're having this rejection to it. Like even throughout all societies, there were like eunuchs and stuff, so that people that were like ambiguous, androgynous.
Right.
So why do you think now are we possibly just switching over to symbolism as opposed to any substance?
I do think in general, I think society is going to, like we talked about yesterday, idiot compassion, which I feel like to some degree, some of this overcritical, like when you looked at the downfall of society, the video where it's like you're in that hypercritical era where people just have way too much time on their hands to be hypercritical of everything. I definitely feel like we're like in that phase to some degree. Now, some good will come out of that, but then a lot of bad will come out of that too. So yeah, I do think that some people get, but I think symbolism in general, like symbolism to be adequate requires ritual and like pomp and circumstance. And I think the symbolism isn't the problem inherently. I think it's the ritual and the structure that's supposed to come along with symbolism. So now it's just kind of like everybody saying things and there's no agreement because of lack of structure for what we're saying means in a way. So I feel like the symbols aren't real. They're not embodying what symbols are supposed to.
Yeah, they're not connected to.
Yeah, they're not connected.
Disconnected.
Yeah,
there's no power behind them. No, I'm with you. I think that's happening in a lot of our society. That's what made me ask that, because I'm like, this is not new. Like, like Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun. Like, people have been gender bending and race swapping and playing other characters for positive intent, and even like minstrel shows, like, and even in negative stuff. Like when white people put on the Asian things and the buck teeth and to play Asians. Like, it's been done for so long, and even like the people who are rejecting it now did it, but now all of a sudden it's like that's not possible. So
well,
I'm
you gotta
just
know better now. You can't just be out here. Who's willing to believe a black George Washington or Asian Lincoln?
Why can't we? That's what I'm saying. Why can't we? Why can't we have the substance? Why can't an Asian person step in and embody all of the ethic and the presence of a Lincoln or something? Like, why can't we mentally? Why are we so wrapped up in skin now?
I mean, if it's going to be a historically accurate depiction, then I think you should do your due diligence to make sure it's accurate as possible. But I was just thinking about that Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter movie not that long ago. And you gonna be crazy. We getting campy then, it's whatever. But I think if you're trying to be historically accurate, then you should try to do right by the characters.
So if you're gonna have a period piece, you gotta be
yeah, you gotta get that Down syndrome looking moon demon, and she better look like him.
There you go. Next question, Bree. I'm gonna let you rage out on this one, if you have any rage. Why do we lean into performative wokeness, idiot compassion, virtue signaling? A typo. Ignore that typo, y'all.
What is that? I didn't even see. Can you just say the word?
Good. Let me go and fix that real quick. Don't take nothing but a second. There we go. Bam. Had so many T's. Why do we lean into performative wokeness, idiot compassion, virtue signaling, and virtue aesthetic? Why do we go there?
Because people basic as fuck and they don't have no identity. And they still care too much about what their mama think about them or the church or would insert whatever overarching, overpowerful entity that don't do shit for nobody but tell them what they ain't doing right.
Ooh. I know you got a personal gripe with a lot of these things. So they all
What
overlap.
do you mean?
No, I'm just saying, like, when people lean into these things, because there's a fakeness, there's a facade to it that you've always kind of rejected. You don't like. Explain lean.
Lean into it.
Lean is when you add promethazine and Sprite. No, I'm just joking.
Like you lean, you really embody like this whole like performative virtue signaling. Like, ooh, okay, hold on. I'm getting hot. I'm about to take this jacket off, like, because you know how I feel about these aunties. I call them toxic aunties. I have a hashtag movement called #XOutGenX. Fuck y'all. I just don't like people who just feel the need to put on piety and righteousness like some new age ass Pharisees and tell people who younger than them that they don't know what the fuck they doing when none of them had the fucking results to be talking shit anyway. So I think a lot of people put it on as a way to pump up their ego because the reality of their life does not fit what they say that it should be, because they haven't had any of the results to be speaking outside of their neck. And I wish they really would just shut the fuck up and get an identity that's not leaning on the power and, you know, clout of somebody, some other group that they actually are not a part of.
I told y'all she had a problem with these things. I tried to tell y'all.
I feel like it was a setup.
Yeah, I just knew it was something that you had a problem with inherently, like just deep in your soul. I know that
deep in my
does
soul.
this, like it just dark hoodie energy comes out.
Yeah,
but
no. What about you?
Lean is to rely upon. To lean is to like kind of try to make like you're leaning. I feel that's replaced another word, but I would say rely upon. Like, why do we rely upon performative wokeness? Why do we embrace it? Why do we embrace those ideals? So leaning is just another way of saying, like, why do we grab onto, cling onto, hold onto performative wokeness, idiot compassion, virtue signaling, virtue aesthetic? Me, why do I think we do it? I think, like you said, it's a social defense mechanism. If I show people what they want to see, I'll be good. I'll be accepted. I'll be loved. I'll be embraced. I'll get the accolades. I'll put on a performance. I'll play the role, and everybody will give me the likes, the subscriptions, the money, the donation, whatever it is I'm looking for. I'll get the validation back by performing this thing that people expect of me. And I think that's where you talk about a lot of times the shadow. And I know Hanifa, who was here earlier, that y'all talk about the shadow. The truth is, a lot of times we just don't care about people. The truth is, like, if we don't know you, we ain't rocking with you. We don't care. We don't care what happens to you. But we got to pretend anytime we're in the public eye. If somebody can see you, we got to be woke. No, I want everybody included. Let's get a gay person. Let's get a transgender. Let's get a black person. Let's get a woman. Let's get an Asian. Let's get a Latino. And then with the wokeness, it almost has another edge to it because I guess the cishet white male patriarchy type thing, you almost have to exclude them or make the character that's them the villain. So it almost has a double-edged sword. I have to uplift all the minorities and knock down the majority at the exact same time. So the performative wokeness is problematic in that way because it still does harm to somebody. It's not just clean. Then you've got the idiot compassion, where you got to pretend to care. That doesn't have to be about the wokeness at all, but we were talking about that on Twitch. The virtue signaling is all the same thing. That's why I lumped them all together. All of these are essentially the same thing. You're trying to look like you care about something when you really don't. So that is my answer. Yeah. We are about to go to the next section. Any thing you want to close out with on that question there? You want to close out before we move on?
No, I just like people need to find their own identity. I think the world is different now. I think doesn't the majority knock down a minority?
Yeah, I'm gonna answer that just to say I'm just trying to line up.
I'm not sure in what way.
Yeah, because
are we equating normal concern? I saw the other thing. Are we equating normal concern and describing it as a leaning? I do know what it means.
My bad. Yeah. No. I got you. No, I don't think we're taking normal concern. Normal concern, we wouldn't have to talk about. Inya asked a question earlier. About something like that. If we just did it normally, if we just did it as a part of ourselves, a function of our character, we wouldn't have to perform it. It's the same thing in the church where they talk about if you have to pray out loud where everybody can hear you, then that's your reward. So like if you're doing something for a public show, like the people who have to record themselves, I'm taking these shoes to this homeless guy to give this homeless guy shoes. Well, what you wanted was the attention, not the good work. You're trying to get the attention from doing the good work, not the good work itself. So that's what I'm talking about. You can hand out 100 pairs of shoes to the homeless to make sure they all have warm feet through the winter, and nobody has to know but you and that homeless person. That's the true doing good. But if you have to record, if you have to hire or ask a friend or somebody to follow you around with a camera and a microphone to capture all the audio, and maybe you got to do 1 or 2 different takes, like, come on. Like that's what I mean like by the performance. We've slipped a lot into performance, and it's
Right.
not normal concern. To me, that's not normal concern. It may have started with normal concern. I may have wanted to do something good, but it slipped into me getting attention because I'm going to try to monetize me doing a good thing.
Right.
I agree the performance matters. If the actor's
Yeah, I hate
superior,
virtue.
think-
I just hate everything about virtue signaling. Which is like, I mean, as content creators, you do worry that you cannot make it without doing that. Because like literally, you know me. I be cussing people out and then ban them. So I need to stop doing that. But still, like people will come in and try to tell you not to like do stuff. Like I said, I did a review and I just mentioned a voice actor who like played this voice actor in the show. Like it wasn't even like I'm a fan of him. It's just like, you know, you may know his voice from this. And somebody really tried to come in my comments to my, well, you know, in the past he had a conviction for this and this and that, and he have an open case, which I did not know because you would have to literally dig for this information. I was like, you know, get your ass off my channel. Like, but I do feel like to some degree you have to like almost be like that. Like once you get a certain level, you will have to like before you talk about anything, you're gonna have to go look, see if they got anything, because people just gonna take it as like this whole wokeness. I think it's like self-sabotage. I think we're gonna implode eventually. Like it is good as a Black person. I do like it to some degree. I like the inclusivity that it's bringing, but at the same time, I'm like, we can't sustain this. Like this is nobody can say anything. Nobody.
Nah, you're right. I'm struggling with that myself. Like honestly, like I'm real time. I'm struggling with that in this like YouTube, Twitch space because on one hand, I'm like my personal value set from in real life. I'm trying to apply to people, but I know this isn't real life, but it affects real life people. So where do I stop like my personal ethics and morals and placing them on, like projecting them on other people? But when do I have a standard for conduct that I'll align myself with? You know what I'm saying? So real time, I know we've talked about it in the Discord, me, you, and Inya. Like I'm still trying to figure that out for myself. I want to get to some of these chat questions. Yes, Rico. And here's another problem. What is that? In a Pyrrhic victory? I think it's Pyrrhic victory. Don't the majority knock down the minority? If we have to become the very thing that we're fighting against to fight them, that's a Pyrrhic victory. Like the cost of victory costs too much. The cost was too great. So if you become everything that you're fighting against, you've lost. Like even if you did win, even if all the minorities rose up and the white power structure is abolished and capitalism is done, all the things that everybody's fighting against came down. But it cost us to treat them the way they treated us. We're just them. I think Game of Thrones. Anybody watch Game of Thrones saw Daenerys go that same arc. I'm going to be a liberator, but through my rise of being a liberator, I become a conqueror. So when you slip from like breaker of chains to caster of chains, like that's the problem. That's what happens with a lot of people. And so that great connection. Yeah, and it's not genuine. And yeah, if the primary reason you're doing something is for the accolades or the likes or the attention, then you're not doing the good deed in a genuine fashion. You may genuinely want to do a good deed, but if your motivation is based off self, like I'm going to get back, like even the Bible talks about being a cheerful giver, not looking to receive, not giving in order to receive, but giving in order to do the right thing. And a question: how about Little Nas performing as pregnant on the album cover? I haven't seen that.
He was pregnant with potential, so. I mean, it didn't bother me. I mean, it was a symbolic because he was talking about birthing this project, birthing this like album, and he like had a baby shower, like skit, like he was like, "Oh, my baby shower," and you know, I'm a at the end of the day, I'm an artist, so like if that's his art, if that's the symbolism and the story that he felt like, there is a lot of when you're creating something, it is a lot. It's you're birthing an entity, like. You are creating something and it is the arduous process. So to me, it was just funny. Like that was the running joke, but I mean, it's also true. Like he was birthing, it was his first album. He was working on this project. He was birthing this entity of you know, being out in Montero and all that stuff. And he had actually called upon in the project a lot of classic symbolism as well, biblical symbolism. So yeah, I think in a symbolism heavy album with a lot of themes, like I'm okay with it. It's fine. Like, I'm pregnant with potential. Okay, I'm gonna be pregnant on the album cover. Yeah, I mean, okay, I can follow that.
I'm gonna bring up where I could have a problem. Now, again, I haven't seen this album cover, and I may accept everything Bree said at face value, but I do see. I'm going to interpret it differently. I'm going to interpret it as a man who is portraying himself to be a woman. That's how I'm going to interpret that. I've seen a lot of like TikTokers, YouTubers who get big off of pretending to be black women, like doing the whole auntie thing and yes, but mocking, like making a caricature of black women. But they'll get notoriety and money off of it's similar to the black scent. How people, Aquafina, people will wrap themselves in like a black colloquialism, the way they speak, the way they dress, and then they'll shed that once they get a level of notoriety, fame, or money that they're looking for. Now, I'm not saying that's what he's doing. I'm not even. I've heard that accusation for him as far as even the gay thing, that he was trying to use that to propel because it's like in vogue now. It's trending to be LGBT.
Right.
So I don't know. I can't say, but I do know I have a problem when people are costuming. I'll say when people are costuming a culture, when you're costuming a gender, when you're costuming a race, I do have a problem with that.
Right. I mean, I can see that, but yeah, he wasn't trying to be no lady.
Yeah,
he wasn't, because he like made a whole skit about it, you know. So I feel like it's like, okay, do your art, baby.
Let me see this last comment. Then I'm gonna play this video. Iggy Azalea is another one who was a big from play acting in American. Yes, she was one of them too.
She was terrible, and now she done got. I mean, she eventually got canceled. That's what I was like. I mean, a lot of this wokeness is still fairly new. Like, it's not even a decade. Like, maybe 5 years, really. Because like Iggy Azalea now is like a joke. Like, nobody's like, we ain't, get your ass out of here. So like, I think it's really black people just like deciding to not support those people now. Like, I think that's the biggest thing. Like, I think black people being big consumers always just just supported anything that, because of the lack of representation, I think we just took whatever we can get. So if it was a white person putting on blackness or having some semblance of blackness to them, I think in the past black people just kind of accepted it. Like, even like Bill Clinton smoking, we just like anytime we saw somebody who wasn't us do anything that we connected to, we just kind of accepted them in. But I think now, because we have representation, like, we don't feel as pressed to just welcome anybody in. So I think it's really us that's changing less than everybody else.
I like that. Now that makes perfect sense. Like, from a psychological standpoint, like, our needs have changed as like almost like a growth mindset. Our baseline for acceptability has moved as we've gotten more social freedom and currency. We no longer need to rely upon the inauthentic portrayals of blackness from other people, because we have an authentic portrayal of our own to cling to. So like, we don't need to look for the baloney anymore, because we can afford some ground beef and sometimes a steak every now and then. So
I mean, in the world where Meg the Stallion exists, why the fuck would I why would I listen to Iggy Azalea?
Iggy Azalea, oh my god, that was a big one. I like that. That was I just need my people to not support 2K and Madden, because those are terrible games, but that's another topic. Yeah. And welcome to the stream, Nova. Nova is the man right here.
You steal my white hair.
But real quick, y'all, I'm gonna play this next video for a few minutes. Quantum in the building.
Look, I'm trying to pull up into Disney World. I'm trying to wait till the black Ariel pull up in the parks. Really.
There you go.
I'm just saying, I don't want to go yet. I want to go see the black Ariel. When they put the black Ariel in the parks, I'm gonna pull up.
They're gonna jump her.
That's like my middle child's favorite Disney princess, or was for a long time. Yeah. Well, she like Belle too, but she really like Ariel. So anytime we go to Disney, we gotta go meet Ariel.
Gotcha. Now with some representation now, are they switching over or are they still embracing the old form?
They usually, knowing Disney, they'll probably have Black Ariel in the parks, because if you got a live action, you'll have something like close to the representation of the live action. But they still gonna keep old school Ariel too, like the white cartoon one. They'll probably still keep her. Like the cartoon iteration of Ariel is white, so they'll probably keep her. And then in the parks, they'll probably have the black one. I think that's probably what they're gonna end up doing.
All right, let me play this real quick. This is an example of another reaction that people had, and I'm gonna ask a few questions based off of that.
Well, Disney literally just dropped their first trailer for the woke Little Mermaid film, the film that has already received a massive amount of backlash online, particularly because of the red flags that we have seen with them choosing to go woke over telling a good story. This is a problem that Disney has really suffered from a lot over the past few years, as we continue to see remake after remake, movie after movie that Disney puts out get completely ratioed on YouTube. So as you can see, that is exactly what is happening here with The Little Mermaid. It currently sits at 36,000 downvotes compared to 25,000 upvotes. This trailer honestly could have had having a worse ratio than the Pinocchio film, the woke Pinocchio film that they just put out on Disney Plus a little bit ago. And it's not going to get as bad as Rings of Power, but this is yet another sign that people are sick and tired of the just slew of garbage that companies like Disney and Amazon continue to give us, because it's very evident, it's very clear that they have no intention of honoring the source material or telling a good story.
Now, again, just real quick, he's talking about the story, but then he's just seen the trailer. He hasn't seen the movie.
The woke messaging. So I haven't actually watched this yet. Let's go ahead and take.
Hasn't even seen the trailer, but you heard all the opinion yet.
Wow, water, guys, lots of water.
It's the Little Mermaid, but he's mocking water.
It's Crush. Cool. So so that's, I guess we're just gonna see a lot of ocean and water. And
could you imagine being this bothered? He's bothered by water and a mermaid.
All right, so do we actually get to see her in the trailer at all? Like, or is it just like, okay,
you can't even let it play.
Now, I'm just going to say this right here, okay? I don't ultimately have a problem with black mermaids or anything like that, okay? That isn't what the root issue is here. The root issue is that we continue to see this happening with things like, you know, Rings of Power is a great recent example where we can look at that. We can see the things that were important to the producers and the showrunners for that. And now we see just how crappy of a show Rings of Power actually is, because they didn't actually focus on telling a good story.
Now he's talking about an entirely different show.
So
now he's mapping across all these different things.
The Rings of Power story. Compared that to Peter Jackson, who made Lord of the Rings, and the things that he found actually important, like, you know, a good story. So when it comes to things like this, okay, do I have a problem with black mermaids? No. Do I have a problem with black elves? Talking about Rings of Power? No. My problem is that you still have to honor the context of what these stories are taking place in. If you want to make an original film about a black mermaid, I don't care. Go for it. I'm not the only one that feels this way. As you can see, go back to like one of the first live action remakes that Disney put out, which was Cinderella, which came out, what was that, like 6 years ago or something? Actually, almost 8 years.
He just continues ranting for a minute, but I mean, y'all get the drift. He hadn't even seen the trailer before he had a problem. He hasn't seen the movie and is talking about how the story is problematic. Then he's comparing it to all these other things, which he probably hasn't reviewed or seen very much of either. So we have not much left to think that he has a problem with, except the skin color. He says he doesn't have a problem with a black mermaid, but he has a problem with this one. And it's because of the story, which he hasn't seen yet. So that's like where we're coming up with this problem. So let me see. We can change the appearance and the looks, can't we? And don't we also take liberty with the story? Actually, we did take liberties with the story, and we're going to talk about that. Let me see, Woman King. I haven't seen anything about Woman King other than the opinions, but I know
I mean, some people, yeah, a lot of people are butthurt about it. It's like,
but Bree and Enya both know that husband also
don't
doesn't
do that.
need to be a woman.
Don't do that.
A king doesn't have to be a man, and neither does a husband. So, like, listen,
but you know what? Just like I say, like Gen X gets so bent out of shape about the roles of man and woman, like roles and like, you know, in marriage and all that stuff. I think that, you know, some millennials are going to struggle with the way the world is moving, where gender identity won't really be a thing. So I think this is part of that too, like the Woman King thing. I think that's going to be the millennials when they get in the 40s and 50s, going to be on the internet raging about gender identity, like Gen X rages about marriage and men and women dynamics. So I think that's going to be our thing. I'm cool with it. I don't give a fuck. But I know a lot of people get bent out of shape about these gender identities, honey, and I just be like, I don't get it, but whatever.
Thank you, Nova. I appreciate you. And you're right, Brie. You're right. It's crazy. And I know the older generations, we kind of foster that attitude of like intolerance. Intolerance tends to trickle down a lot better than wealth. Intolerance trickle downs a lot better than wealth does.
I wish some wealth would trickle down as much as the botheredness.
Yeah, but
if some of y'all motherfuckers had some money to give y'all kids instead of trauma and stress, that would be nice. But I'm not gonna go on my rant.
Nah, I mean, if you get it off.
Nah, I'm just saying.
Unburden yourself.
I just need these niggas to pass down some money.
Nah, that's not happening. 22K.
Instead of trash takes.
22K in love, Brie. That's what we passing down. 22K
no, you riding for this 22K man. Don't get me started, because I'm gonna drag him every chance I get. He's getting drugged. Every chance I get. He don't even exist.
So materialist. He does exist. He's a full human being, Brie.
If you're
like
him, just
Mermaid.
say you're him. Then we can talk. But if you're not him, I'm gonna keep dragging this nigga every time.
Do you think we are taught this over-identification with certain characteristics, or is it natural to want to see yourself? And is it narcissistic?
I think it's how we relate to the world. So I don't think it's narcissistic. Can you put it back up though? Sorry,
yeah,
real quick. Yeah, I do think we're taught to. I think a lot of people are rooted. Their sense of self is too rooted in identities, though, like labels to some degree. I do think that's a big problem. And so I think it makes you very open. You see yourself in the wrong things. I think, it is natural to want to see yourself, but when the more identities you just put on, it's just like, I think it causes more problems than it's worth, per se. Maybe it's like this idea of tribalism. When there's tribes, there's so many different ones, and then it's like a lot of infighting. I do worry that people put on too many identities, and then it makes it actually hard it causes dissonance in your mind, and I don't know. But
nah, I'm with you. I think what you said the last segment is what I'm picking up here. I think we're slipping through all of it. I think it starts out natural. Then our society, because I know I talked a while back, like, and individuals create institutions. No, individuals create cultures. Cultures create systems. And then the feedback loop goes backwards. The system starts to create a culture, and the culture starts to shape individuals. I think what we built is now starting to reinforce and train us to over-identify with certain things. Over-personalize, over-identify, everything's about us. Then it becomes narcissistic. Through repetition, it's elevating itself. Like you said, the properties aren't changing. We're changing as people. I think the algorithms that we're building are ramping us up, like radicalization. And again, I learned a lot from Brie, radicalization chamber. We are radicalizing ourselves on ourselves. Like, we're over identifying with whatever we think we are. And it's just, we're ramping that up to a high degree, and it's becoming equal to narcissism. It's on that level. I think that's where we're going. Let me just catch up on the chat real quick.
They going the chat on fire.
From King Loza, you going to see it this weekend? Okay. And I agree with you, Nova. If it was about a specific ethnicity or nationality, it would be one thing, but that's not it. The title just doesn't make sense for me. Hey, but it got y'all attention. It's provocative. It got people going. Sarcastic Little Mermaid should just be every race except for white, just because. See, that's what I'm talking. That's not the way we need to do it.
Extra petty. Just get
no
extra petty.
Yeah, there was a lot of whitewashing. Now, world's turning upside down. Yep, talked about that a little bit. Ideas are easier to access than money today, and ideas can make us feel as cozy, if not more cozy than money. Ooh, copium. I like that.
Yep.
We need to see ourselves. Yep, representation matters. What's crazy is everyone is butthurt. Man, y'all loving the word butthurt today. About them leaving out their slavery omission. But the story of these incredible warrior women in Africa is all true. And their story should be told. I know there was a tribe, I guess, in Dahomey. My mother did one of those ancestry things, and she's from she got some ancestors over in that Dahomey whatever area. Use your imagination, Quantum. I embodied every Disney princess ever made, regardless of color. Okay. I do have a question. If anyone who was born and raised in the islands could answer also, being that they seen black politicians, presidents, teachers, police officers, did they have a problem with image and insecurity in their country? I hope this makes sense. I think I saw Hanifa answer this question one time. What do you think, Bree? And anybody in the chat?
Yeah, I don't know what that would be like. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure it probably they probably have different dynamics. My assumption would be in place where everybody kind of looks like you. Then there are other ways that you establish a hierarchy, class, maybe money or something like that. So I feel like there's always going to be a hierarchy in place. Trade one problem for the other. It's probably not race based, but it's probably more like class or caste systems in a way.
Wakanda forever. No, I agree with a lot of what y'all saying in the chat. I like how Quantum is talking about essentially like the presence or ability of your mind to be able to see yourself and identify with the characteristics in anything. I think I think we talked a little bit about symbol over substance. If you have to see your exact image in something to identify with it, I do think that's a problem, like a shallowness of thoughts. I think we do need to develop a greater depth, like Quantum is talking about, to be able to see abstract relationships between us and other things in the world as well.
But you can't if you ain't got no personality, though.
Ooh, that's
problem.
Why
I said that y'all, a lot of people basic as fuck. They ain't got no personality. Have people ever sat down and thought maybe they basic as fuck?
Being physically butthurt must be terrible. Bree appreciate you, Shy Cutie, for lurking. Thank you for being around. Oh my God.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, Bree, y'all done got Bree.
No, just like people just. Yeah. In places where everybody look like they have more of a class system, I found.
Yeah.
So you ain't getting away from it. And once again, okay, black people, are we ready for that though?
What you mean?
Are we ready for that?
Put the class system inside in-group
Are we ready for like if America was just like everybody's amazing regardless of color or skin, but now get this classism? Are we ready for that?
Well, we're already dealing with classism. You mean like a truer? You mean like a true?
Like are we ready for that?
I don't know.
We ain't ready for that.
Explain the butthurt. I love this word.
Butthurt.
Y'all say butthurt one more time.
They booty hole is throbbing.
It's just funny. Explain.
I think that, you know what? Maybe that's why monkeypox exists. I have this like funny rogue, like very light conspiracy theory, spiritual principle that like pandemics and diseases that manifest are just like an aspect of like the general consensus of people. And like when y'all motherfuckers burned up the Amazon rainforest, I was like, you know what? We finna get a disease that's gonna fuck up our lungs because we deserve it, right? So everybody walking around butt hurt. So now we got monkeypox that makes your butt glands swell up and it's extremely painful.
Okay. I hear you. I don't like that.
You don't like that?
I don't like it. But I hear it. I do have a similar idea that the physical, the mental, and the spiritual are a lot more connected than we think they are. I think they are a lot more connected than we think they are. But I really don't want to go into butthurt monkeypoxville right now. I know, like Inya, I'm with you. Nova, the faces.
I'm sorry,
yes.
y'all. I was a nurse, so like I could talk about strange things for a long time.
Yes. And that's what I say. I know class is already a problem in America, but I think our class is monetary.
It's
Class is financial
intersectional.
here.
It's intersectional classism. Like black
Yeah,
people still
I get
have
you.
racism and classism. It's like intersectionality.
Yeah, the class, but I think class here is it's not based on bloodlines. It's based on money.
Yeah.
So, so you can earn your way to a higher class, as opposed to real classism, I guess, where you have to be highborn or married into something.
Yeah, because like once like black the black people who are billionaires and stuff are generally like in the same circles at this point as other people.
Let me get rid of that question. Now, talking about money, do you think it's cultural or commercial how different groups portray themselves and others? So when we're seeing all this diversity, do you think this is just cultural representation, or is this commercial commodification to take advantage, to exploit the desire to see yourselves?
Give me an example.
So like everything we're talking about, like Ariel, is this because we have an emerging market of people who have disposable income within the black community who want to see themselves? So is this more Disney trying to profit off of your representation, or is this more
it's commodification? But I'm fine with it because I'm pro-capitalism, as you know, and part of the part of capitalism is you commodify, you capitalize on nature. So the nature of seeing people wanting to see people like themselves is an opportunity to commodify and capitalize off of. But hey, it is what it is, and so it still gets you representation, and somebody's capitalizing off of it. It produces it's commodification. It's definitely a thing. Like I said, it's wise of Disney to do that. Like we're in a place where like you're coming up, everybody's coming up, black people are entering. You can't just be whitewash Disney. You're gonna burn out. So you have to get with the times. And like opportunists, I think as much as we want to believe they're really attached to old ways, I don't think opportunists give a fuck about tradition. They may romanticize it in their mind, but at the end of the day, green is green. So it's like, yeah, if this gonna get the money, then cut the check. Then we gonna do it. So yeah, I think it's all commodification, but that doesn't cheapen it for me.
Okay. That goes into the intent versus impact thing. So the intent could be to capitalize, but it still serves the purpose for you to get the impact from it. I like that.
And America is capitalist, so I never have no problem with them going with the program.
So what about the people like the independents, the people who really don't have access to like distribution and marketing and legal? They don't have all the teams behind them, but they're still trying to produce art so that people can get authentic representation. Do you still think that is more on the lines of commodification, because they still hope to sell out one day? They still hope to be able to sell their properties, their movies. Right. They want to get them greenlit so that they can be seen by a wider audience. So do you think that's more on the art side, or do you think that's still if you still have the hidden desire of trying to get it greenlit and go global, that is still commodification?
I think their intentions are pure. I think that rejection of feeling like because somebody seeks to make money from something or has to make money from something that it's a sellout of some sort is a virtue signal, a virtue aesthetic. I think people can have pure intentions, but cut the check. Like, you need money, you need capital. If you wanted to have the impact you're saying you wanted to have, you're gonna need money. So to some degree, you're gonna have to play the game. But I don't think that doesn't mean their intentions are pure. So I think that's some of the problem with some of the black businesses, black artists. They struggle with that. Like you said, I think black people have this kind of DNA rejection of commodifying self because of chattel slavery, which makes sense. But like at the same time, like you saying you want to change, you wanted little girls everywhere to see people that look like them. You ain't gonna do that just pushing the shit on Twitter. Like at some point you need capital, currency, energy behind it, or it's just gonna stay in front of you. And what good is that doing? So you gotta play the game.
Nah, that's real, and that's important too, because you can have a mission, but in this country, if nowhere else, you're going to have some money behind it, or the mission's not going to be fruitful. So I mean, I hate hearing it, because you're right. I think I carried that little virtue signal. Like, I want to do things that are beneficial, but it's not a lot of benefits you can do without money behind it. Mrs. She said, appreciate you for coming through. Mr. He said,
sorry, Rashawn. I'm sorry that makes you feel that way. No, I hate when I ask somebody why they do something. It's like, I don't need. Once again, Rashawn, I love you, whatever. But I'm just doing this for fun. I don't need to make a cent from it. Okay, so you just telling me you don't value yourself or your time?
I mean, that's a fair, like, full disclosure, that's fair. I have always undervalued my time. My value was when if I enjoyed it. It's always
Right.
been that way. It's always been that way. So I may not value it. What is that in the capitalist
Monetarily.
I don't try to maximize and extract every dime out of my time. I will donate a lot of my time to help people who don't have some of the advantages or knowledges that I have. That's something that I'll do. And that may not translate to dollars in my pocket, but it has value to me. So that is more
that's so
meaningful.
nice.
See, I can't.
I'm not being facetious. That was nice. That is nice. I don't know what that feels like
understand.
because I'm always gonna say cut the check. I don't know what that feels like. That's okay, but that sounds really nice and wholesome when you say it. I just could never imagine myself saying that.
Like, okay, it's like something I did, and they still talk. They still talk about it at the church. They just talked about it this last Sunday, a few years back.
Okay, right.
I bought a whole lot of I was working at JCPenney. So on the discount, I had all my little discounts. It was Christmas time. I bought a whole bunch of every color like towel set, like the wash rag towel, hand towel, and took them to the church and was passing them out like Santa Claus. Like that's not something you can even identify with, is it?
No, I can
taking your
identify with
capital and
philanthropy and giving time, but like it's because I always demand somebody somewhere gonna cut the check so that I have the means to be able to do that.
But that's not philanthropy.
No, I'm just saying, like, because I demand my value everywhere I go, then it puts me in a better position to be able to do that more. So yeah, like
I get you.
I feel like
I
it's a
get you.
cycle for me. It's like somebody cutting a check somewhere, because then that puts
But
me in a
that's-
better position to be.
But that's hard, and I see people struggle with that. They'll start off with my thing. I want to help people,
Right.
but to help people, I got to get the bag. But then when they get the bag, they get stuck in that mode. They can't come back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They either have too much to lose to come back to the people that need. You know what I'm saying? I can't come back to the hood because it's a danger. I'm a target, or there's all kinds of problems. So we have that. That's a real thing in the Black community. We're gonna have to fight or face, because if people do excel,
Right.
they have to be safe to come back and help other people. That's something we're going to have to talk about. Let me just read through Nova's comments real quick. So true. That's why white clothes are just commodities like jeans. So globally, and black clothes are still a cultural symbol. Yeah. Like people have also capitalized on their culture and created commodities out of it, and they flourish due to everyone's historical submission to white supremacy and need to assimilate the white business. And that was so articulate. J.C. Penney. Yeah. Bree is right. It's not philanthropy in the sense that it's not altruistic, but it is how all large-scale philanthropy works. Yeah.
Yeah, you get a
get y'all.
tax cut too from some of it. Also, you incentivize people for the people who just like, oh, it makes my heart warm. You have other incentives to help, people to, So I mean, it doesn't cheapen it for me. If I'm hungry, bruh, I don't care why this person bringing me food. I really don't care. I need food.
I'm seeing that's gonna have to be a conversation we have, because we always complain about we have a double-edged complaint mechanism. We complain that everybody's broke and nobody has capital.
Right.
Then if somebody gets capital, we call them a sellout.
Right.
Then after we call them a sellout, we want them to come back and bring their resources and their talent to the hood to rescue people. Reach back. After we call them a sellout. So like we have some kind of faulty, I know everybody calls it the crab in a barrel, but there's definitely some kind of problem we have with wealth attainment and recycling dollars. We have some kind of barrier mentally. That point that we're going to have to handle that, because even within myself, I know I reject, and I don't feel like I know it's true. It is the virtue aesthetic that you're talking about. I know it's virtue signaling, but it's from an honest place, but it's unproductive. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have a utility if I'm the only one that's getting a good feeling from what I'm doing, and I can't replicate it because I didn't have the means to reproduce whatever I did. You know what I'm saying? So
I think it's a Christianity thing. I think it's part of the Christianity rhetoric. That's the only thing I figured, because it was just such. More recently, people are abandoning church and like that. But like, I mean, a lot of us grew up still. I mean, for people who still didn't go to church, they still carry Christian principles, like ingrained. Sorry, in how they, you know. So I think it's Christianity.
Ooh, we back on blaming Christianity.
I'm
Now,
sorry.
on that last question I asked, I intended to have this note, but I haven't been following my notes. In anime, often the protagonist doesn't even look Asian, or how outsiders would see an Asian person.
Right.
I can't say if it's shonen specifically because I don't have a
It's
breadth
all
of
of
knowledge. But Bleach, Naruto, all of them have like gingers or they have blondes. Where does that come from or stem from? Do they see themselves differently? Is that something like Nova said, an adjacency to whiteness? He said the assimilation to whiteness.
It's an assimilation to whiteness. I think it's been talked about. Like whiteness is still pedestalized over there.
That's it.
And I think it could just be, I mean, it could just be in that simple way of exotic, you know, they're what is it, homogeneous society. Everybody kind of looks the same. So they pedestalize whiteness over there as their exotic look, I guess, or their, I mean, it's easy because whiteness has been the standard for a lot of the world, right? So yeah, I mean, they still hold whiteness to a higher degree over there. So
do you find that when black characters are portrayed that you can tell what group is projecting their idea of blackness? Like, can you tell the difference between like when an Asian is trying to portray a black person, when white people are trying to portray black people?
Oh,
like when they're writing the character, like when you can tell who's in the writer's room.
Yeah,
you can tell when
like
it's a woman in the writer's
is
room.
like, most anime until recently, still mostly outside of LaShawn Thomas, who worked on the Boondocks and, you know, has made actual anime. Yasuke, Afro Samurai, I'm not sure who wrote that one, but yeah, most of the time it's like it's a caricature of blackness. You know, you got Blackluster and Baki. No, is that Baki or One Punch? No, One Punch Man. You got Sister Crone in Paradise Lost. You got Mr. Popo. You know, so some of it is so out of touch with blackness that they just lean on caricatures, and for them, it's really not racist. They don't know. Sometimes they don't know. It's like problematic imagery. They're just like, you know, Google black people or something, you know, or just the exposure that you have to blackness is so out of touch that you usually just leaning on caricatures. So, and then of course, like in the older ones before Netflix really started doing it for the culture, they would get like these Japanese voice actors who really don't speak English well to try to portray a black person. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. So yeah, it's obvious. It's really bad. It's more recently.
And yes, got a controversial question. I'm gonna ask my last question on this segment while she's typing that out. Is this performative wokeness, is that anywhere related to like the savior complex, like where it's throwing minorities bones instead of any real change? Like where people need to feel they want to feel like I'm saving the minority. I'm doing something for this minority group. It might be black people, it might be LGBT, like that.
White guilt. Like that kind of idea.
So like, I'm gonna make this movie and throw a black person in it because we got to do something for the culture. You know, we got to do something for the culture.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like white guilt, and people just want to. I mean, the people who don't really have any real power wanting to feel like they're doing something. I mean, you know, like, especially like, think about when you young, like, once again, people are rejecting capitalism. That's great. When y'all finish, I will happily move over to whatever system it is. But for now, we still in capitalism. So you're young, you don't have no money. What you gonna do? You can't really do nothing in America without no money. So what you gonna do? You gonna hashtag, you gonna just do performative acts of showing solidarity because you really don't have no power. Yo,
he said black square.
Right, and then going back to sleep. That's like when Black Lives Matter happened in COD. COD talking about Black Lives Matter. I say, but y'all don't ban people who call me nigga every time I go into.
Exactly. I swear to God. While I was watching the NFL after that whole Colin Kaepernick stuff, and they had the end racism at the back of the end zone, and then all across the end zone was Chiefs. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, wait a minute. And Redskins. In racism, Redskins. So they got rid of Redskins finally.
They did.
So then now they're the I don't even know what they are. They're the something. They have a new name.
It's ridiculous though. So yeah, I mean, but I actually let it go because I did see how much it meant for some of my gaming buddies. They were like, "Oh wow, like I appreciated seeing it." So it had an impact on some people that they wanted it to have. It didn't have an impact on me, but like that's fine. Like when I saw how much it actually kind of meant to some people, I was like, okay, cool. I mean, I guess for them it ain't that deep. They just like want to see it.
The Washington Commanders. I slipped my mind.
Commanders.
Washington Commanders. Yeah,
that's ass.
It is. Big Rig Slaps in the building, man. Appreciate you, bro, for stopping through. Appreciate you, Brody. Now, this is Inya's controversial question. Being that whiteness is glorified in everything we did, have any of you wished to be white, and did you hate your image and looks?
Never.
Man, I'll answer first. I did wish to be white, not like on a serious, like I think about it often. It was because we didn't have money growing up. So in my mind, if I had white skin, I'd have money. And even though in elementary school, I had lots of white people that were also in the hood. So I just automatically assumed as a child that whiteness meant I would have money, even though my little young brain had white friends in school. So that was a misconception. But by the time middle school hit, I never had that thought again. Elementary school, yeah, I thought it meant having money. But after that, I never had that thought. And no, I did not hate my image or looks. Again, by middle school, I don't think I hated my image and looks. Probably by 10th grade. By 10th grade, I had enough feedback to feel good about myself.
Yeah. I think like aesthetically, image, body image, I never wanted to be white. I knew I was different though. I think sometimes the difference was more of the issue. It wasn't a difference that made me feel like I want to be white, but it was just like annoying. Like I went to a predominantly white school after 3rd grade. I went to a magnet school. And so I had to go I had to take a 2-hour bus ride to get to school like every day. So it was a very white area. And so you see the difference. The black people would click up, the white people would click up. But for like a class of 30, there probably was 5, maybe 4 black kids per class, like just the ratios. But I didn't really connect to blackness. So I never really connected to the black kids. If anything, maybe I wanted to be Asian. I always got along with the Asian kids, probably because I watched anime. I could relate to them. I was a nerd. And like back in the 90s, like a lot of people didn't know about anime. So I would always make friends with the like anime nerds and stuff like that. And a lot of times back in the 90s, when you basically had to have hookup to get anime, that was like Asian chicks. So like I was always hanging out with the little Asian girls or the boys who played like D&D. Like that was pretty much who I hung out with. So it wasn't really that I wanted to look like them. It's just like I would have preferred to be in their culture so I could have more interaction with people I related to, if that makes sense. But I never wanted to look. I never had a problem with looking black or my hair. It was annoying, my hair, but black women have a complex relationship with our hair. So like, but yeah, outside of that, I never wanted to look like them. I just wish I could be in their culture so I could just hang out with people I related to more.
Yeah. No, that's I agree with you, and that made me think as you were talking. I did want to be a lot of different nationalities or ethnicities, but for different privileges. So like I did want to be able to style my hair sometimes like either the Asian or the white kids. I would love to have done some of that stuff where they have like the spikes and like when you're young, it's like, man, everybody has all this personal expression. I just don't have access to. So that's what I always wanted, the access of other people, but it was never about skin color for me. It was about the access that the skin color granted. It was never about the actual skin. Because I actually loved my actual skin. I loved that actual skin, but it barred me from acceptance in places. So that's what that was my thing.
And I grew up in the hood. So I grew up in the hood. So I had a lot of people around me when I was home and just like kicking it. Like I saw a lot of people who looked like me growing up in Atlanta in the hood. So it's like, it was never an issue of, I felt like, I didn't actually have many black friends until I left the magnet school system and went back to my home school in my neighborhood. Then I had like more black friends. Explored blackness, the black culture more.
Let me get ready to play this next video real quick. We're gonna come into the home stretch. Boom.
Well, howdy there, internet people. It's Bo again. Fun fact, I've got a Little Mermaid tattoo. Incidentally, it's all done in black. Man, people are mad. People are freaking out. So Disney's decided to make the Little Mermaid black. And people are upset by this because, I mean, this is an old story. It dates back to 1837. And we can't go changing it. We'll mess with tradition if we do that. Let's recap that story from 1837 real quick. So when a mermaid turns 15, she gets to go up to the surface. When our Little Mermaid does that, of course, she runs into a prince. She saves him. He never sees her, though. Has no idea a mermaid saved him. But she falls in love with him. She goes down and tells the sea witch the story. And the sea witch is like, fine, I got you. Don't worry about it. I'll give you legs. But I'm going to take your voice. Oh, and your tongue. And when you walk, it's going to feel like you're getting stabbed and your feet are going to bleed constantly. But don't worry, all you have to do is win his heart. Of course, if you don't, you're going to die of a broken heart and dissolve into sea foam. And he marries a princess, not her. So she's sitting there on the beach waiting to die, and her sisters show up. They're bald because they just traded their hair to the sea witch to get a knife. They give this knife to the Little Mermaid, and all she has to do is go and kill the prince. Then everything goes back to normal, except for, like him being dead. But she can't do that. She's a good person, so she dives off of the ship, dies, and dissolves into sea foam. But luckily, she becomes a spirit of sorts, and basically all she has to do is do good deeds for the next 300 years, and she'll get to go to heaven, because mermaids don't have a soul. I forgot that part. And that is why mermaids help sailors. Crazy. That's not the story most people know, is it? Yeah, you can't harken back to the tradition of 1837 when the actual tradition you're talking about started in 1989. There have been a lot of changes to this story over the years. Skin tone would be the least of them. That doesn't really seem like a really big deal. I would also point out that as we have made these changes throughout history, the themes that we've managed to save in this story are that, well, ladies, if you want a man, you better give up your voice. And if you don't get a man, well, you're nothing. You dissolve. And that in order to fit in and go to heaven, we have to give up your identity. Interesting. It's funny because the theme is give up that identity.
Look at Bree's oop face.
Give up that identity of your race. Mermaids. I'm guessing that the people that are mad about this didn't really learn much from this story. The one positive theme in it is giving up these illusions that these things make us different, that these things matter. That's the one positive aspect of the story. Deep down, this is a messed up story, but that's the one good piece. Letting go of the racial separations. But we can't do that. And in fact, we're going to call back to the tradition of this story to say we can't do that. That's pretty messed up. We could probably learn a lot from a Black Little Mermaid. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good night.
Mm-hmm. Them origin stories are something else for sure. Give me a quick second.
I don't read for filth. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I love it.
Like
it. And that's an old...
I like him.
I like Bo a lot. So one of the complaints that two of those guys that we played clips from was changing the source material. Oh, you can't change the source material.
Right.
The story.
They ain't even read the source material.
Ain't even read the source material. But is it okay to change the source to be inclusive and diverse, considering that the racial history of the world would not allow these groups to be represented? What do you think, Brie?
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, as long as it's not like a historically accurate portrayal, like a biography, autobiography portrayal, I don't really have an issue with it. Ball wears weave starting to sound listless like white Jenna.
Can't stand you now.
Ariel does not wear no weave. Her sisters was bald.
Her sisters was bald.
Her sisters
They
was
should have got a
bald
brunette.
But yeah, I think yeah, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it, especially like you're saying, we're moving into inclusivity, and a lot of media was so white that yeah, that's gonna have to change if you want a more accurate depiction of the world as it is now. Art's supposed to imitate life, so the world is just more blended now. We're moving to be global citizens. Like, the world is just not the same. So like, it's gonna change. And so expect, if you retell the old story, that there's some aspects of it, you know, like Disney just delete old movies that have problematic stuff in them, like, or delete the scenes, or going back and some of the problematic stuff in some of the movies are removed, or the movie itself is removed from the Disney library. So I mean, it's a reality. The world is evolving.
So I'm trying to get that link. Let me see. I'm just trying to see if. Give me a second.
I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, take your time. Let me see. I'll tell you, these computers. Nope, that's not it either. God dang it. Give me a second. Share link. Why can't I copy that? That doesn't look like it. Maybe that was it. All right, y'all. Give me one more second, y'all. Bear with me. That can't be it. Okay, I'm gonna get it. And y'all, it's switched on to the other video, so I know what I did wrong. I know what the problem is now. Bear with me, y'all. Let me close Discord. Let me catch up on the chat. I'll give it. Yes, I like going and start looking at people as the color of water. This concept goes with the color resolution. The sky is blue concept. 1, 2, 3. Oh, my Discord. Got you. With Nova and y'all, will one of y'all drop the Discord link in the chat for anybody that wants to join the Discord? Would you do that for me, please? Pretty please. And I will get the link for the video. After, it might be after the live, because I'm having trouble navigating my computer. I don't know I'm getting old brained all of a sudden. Getting old and foggy brain. But I also I think it's okay to change source material. I don't think we should ever be married to an idea. I don't think we should be married to concepts. I think we should be more fluid in our thinking. I think we should intentionally make changes to stretch our brains. Like, I mean, because I'll come up with some wild, I will come up with some wild ideas just to see what we can do with it. Like, instead of the Little Mermaid, what if she was half puppy? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter how stupid it is. It doesn't matter how stupid it is, but allow your mind to walk through a different scenario to see what it can come up with. Like, stretch your curiosity and your imagination. Not that you'll ever come across that thing, but your mind will have practice coming up with alternative thoughts, solutions, and pathways. And I think that's why so many people are rigid. They're given one way to look at it. They can only find the answer that comes from that one way. But if you look at things from multiple angles, you'll have a mind that can see different ways of being, different ways and alternatives, options. It gives you more choice in every situation. I appreciate you. I just saw 2 chopsticks and Lord Ted in the building. Appreciate y'all joining the Discord, man. Come join the conversation. We be having a good time, man.
We do. Bars. Yeah.
But
I think the black community even itself do better with it.
We need to.
Yeah.
We have
too
to.
Rigid. When you don't have the answers, or you're not at where you want to be yet, but you rigid. How that work?
Yeah.
I don't get
it's crazy. We gotta let go of that rigidity. Like, I know a lot of people with religion, because we had that thing about Hanifa about religion. We get so stuck. On the religion piece, because we can't even imagine God being different. But we had a God concept handed to us. A God who's a spirit sitting. So we already have a problem. God is sitting on a throne. So he's sitting on a throne, but has no body. He's a spirit. So we haven't even questioned the concepts that were handed to us. How does a spirit sit? What does that seem like? What does that look like? Because do you see it? It's a spirit. So or
even like the image of man. like God, man is God's image, and you're like, so is God a man? And they're like, yes, and you're like, but he's a spirit, and they're like, yeah, but
Right.
spirits don't have gender, so
Right.
because
So-
gender is like biologically your physical biological
Yes.
identity where your genitals are, and so how does God have a biological sex when he's not a biological physical being?
Right. And if he's a man, and our conception of man is on having the penis, who's he having sex with? Because why would he need a penis to reproduce if he can cause everything to come forth with speech? Like, there are a lot of questions that come if you actually start thinking this stuff through. And you may not ever have the answer, but at least you're not stuck on like, oh my God, nobody.
Maybe God actually is a genderless tree that Eve partook of.
Absolutely. Because the two not the titular figures, but the two important figures in the origin story actually were the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. They were the most important pieces.
When you read the Septuagint, it be talking about that bark was looking real good. And now because you partook of him, you came to know him, you started to know his ways and his thoughts and how this shit really go down. So she partook of him. If God knows all things, does he also know how it feels to take a big juicy cock?
I mean, he would have to. If you know all things.
I think he would know that it's enjoyable for
like,
some people.
Jesus. No.
But that's a physical experience. So maybe he doesn't know what it's like to have a physical experience.
Now listen.
Maybe he
I know you ain't got to remove it. You don't have to remove it.
Yeah,
but hurt. Now here's another question though. When Jesus went to the garden to pray, you go back and read the Bible for yourself. I'm gonna tell y'all something, and I need y'all to go read for yourself. Go find the Garden of Gethsemane story in the Gospels, and find who was with Jesus. Because remember, there were two disciples, Peter and somebody else. They fell asleep.
Right.
But when they found Jesus, he was found with somebody. Like it was a naked young man who I think was wrapped in like one cloth.
No, it was a man who gave him his clothes and he ran off naked.
Why?
I'll be like, because
it's
not in some of the books. It's not in some of them, but it's in the. He just came and threw his robe on Jesus when he got arrested and ran off naked.
Why would he throw his robe? Why would he throw his robe on Jesus? Brie.
I mean,
if Jesus went to go pray alone, why was this man there?
Why you projecting that they was over there?
I'm not projecting anything.
Ugly.
I'm just saying everybody should go read for themselves because there are questions. There are questions.
You be like, where did I always be like, where he come from?
There are questions. Exactly.
I was like, where he come from? And why did he feel the need to do that? Because I thought Jesus already had on clothes. Maybe he was naked. Maybe he was praying naked.
Ooh, what? There were all kinds of problems and questions that come up.
Maybe Jesus was praying naked. When I read the Bible, I don't care. I be reading it and I be asking crazy. Y'all should hear me tell my kids Bible stories. They be get up. So listen, we got questions.
Because Bree had a brilliant segment. I know I have it clipped on this channel somewhere on YouTube. But everybody, AR and everybody kept talking about Jezebel. And Bree was like, y'all a bunch of Ahabs. And because the problem wasn't really Jezebel, it was the Ahabs. It's the Ahab spirit. Jesus hung out with a known whore. You telling me Jesus ain't smashed? I don't know. I can't say. I can't.
He might have.
I can't question. I can't say for sure what I'm thinking.
Smash should not have sin. They just said he was without sin.
Naked praying sounds fun. And yeah. Ooh.
They didn't say that Jesus was without hoes. They said he was without sin. Okay.
But he wasn't married though. So if he smashed, he was sinning.
Maybe he was married.
Anyway, I know we got sidetracked. Jezebel was wife. Yeah, Jezebel was wife.
Jezebel was holding her man down.
Ahab was weak.
Yeah.
Ahab was weak, man.
Ahab
if praying took place naked, I might be Christian. I believe you know.
He said, come on, y'all prayed in the shower before.
Man, real quick, I accidentally made this. I didn't mean to make this a ticker. Boom.
Well, they like this. The chat like this.
Yeah.
Look, I think I always tell my kids, ask your question. Like, God ain't gonna strike you down because you got a question about the Bible. Some shit ain't make sense.
Absolutely. I've questioned things in the church. But I used to have that fear. I had a they put the fear of God and hell in me. when I was a kid. So I was scared. I was so scared to ask questions.
I
I
don't
had
see
to
why
get
people
over.
feel it's required of Jesus to have been a virgin or unmarried. I don't think anything about his mission says to me that he had to be unmarried.
I mean, it
There's
didn't.
nothing about his walk that required him to be. He had married people in his posse.
Yeah.
So being married don't mean that he couldn't do his mission, couldn't fulfill it. I mean, I don't see why people feel like he had to be unmarried to be. As long as he's abstained from sex at called times when he was called to be holy, then he could be married, because like you just had to abstain from sex for a period of time, sometimes 3 days, to be clean, to be able to be in the presence of God. So even if he was married and having sex, like he could just abstain from sex. Like, right, he could have just abstained from sex for 3 days and he good. Like, I don't see why people think
That's a
it's
good
required.
question, though, Inya. Because he had no sin and he wasn't married. So marriage is sin. That's the logic that a lot of the manosphere people use. Like the whole, like, some really like loose correlation. But
Right.
I mean, but yeah, we could say that. It wouldn't be fair, but we could say it. It'll be fun.
That's why I was like, marriage isn't a sin. That's why I was like, there's nothing that means he couldn't have been married and still fulfilled his calling.
Yeah.
So,
And you can't have a God that knows everything and didn't know you weren't going to ask some crazy questions. Like, if these questions are in there and God knows everything, he knew I was going to ask these crazy questions. He was.
I used to get in trouble all the time because I grew up Jehovah's Witness, because I'd be asking crazy questions. They'd be like, you cannot be asking that. I'm like, okay. So
I had this very same fear, Nova. I promise you.
it
Once I started asking, because I promise you, I was in my 20s and I was scared to go into a liquor store. Like, seriously, I had the church indoctrination like heavy, but it when I realized how crippling it was, I couldn't live like that. I had to force myself out of it. I had to challenge it. I had to overswing to come out of that, because it was when I was there was nobody around. I was an adult, but I was scared to go into a liquor store because I'm thinking it's sinful. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the car just like sitting there deliberating. I'm like, I've been in church too long.
Yeah.
I couldn't live like that.
It's a weight. It's like an unnecessary weight, like in all of your comings and goings that you just really don't need. He'll kill us all eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
you can
say single is the way.
Paul said,
but a lot of them were married and did their mission as well.
Yeah, either way, you can do it either way, but
Right.
a family is going to require resources and time. So you're going to have opportunity costs. You're going to have to divert some time and attention if you have a family. There's nothing wrong with that. You just have to understand that your mission will be, it'll be in two. You'll have your family.
Your priorities change a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if God was going to require all this shit of you, he definitely going to require you to take care of your kids you had.
Yeah.
But people don't want to talk about that either.
Jacob was married at least twice. Well, 4 times, I think. They had the 12 tribes. Like, it's okay. There's no one way. Like Hanifa said on her stream, there is no one way. We have to stop thinking that there's only one way to do everything. That's the rigid thinking that we need to exercise out of.
We all just guessing. We really all just guessing. Nobody knows.
It's all belief and faith.
Right.
So, yeah, look what happened to his sons, married. God is pro baby mamas. I can't stand you.
I think he's pro, more than anything. He's pro you reaching your potential, so he don't waste his energy. So I think he's an efficient
now listen,
guy.
I'm gonna say we're at the 2-hour mark. I have one question in this section, and I have 2 sections left. But again, I know you be at that 2-hour mark. You be getting itchy. You be ready to do something else.
No,
so
that's more so. I'm fine. Like, this is your channel. Okay. For me, I try to hit 2 hours and then move on because of my little. We be doing stuff over there, and that's really my co-host on my shows. They don't have.
Don't blame Shy. Don't blame Shy.
They don't have, like, Shy be having to get her child. Twan be, Twan work from Monday through Friday. I don't work. I'm a flaneur. I have free time, leisure.
Likewise.
I don't be doing that.
Me too. Understood. So on this question, what we're talking about, do you prefer colorblind characters where it doesn't matter who plays them? Or do you want characters that have fully realized identities? Whatever identity they are in, do you want them to have the hallmarks of that identity? Or do you want, like, anybody can step in? Anybody can be Jesse. Man, woman, any color, any gender. Like, how do you prefer?
Who is Jesse?
Just random person in a movie or a TV show.
Oh, okay. I think, okay, in live action, I don't care as long as they pull off the character, especially if it's fantasy genre. Like, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
If they can pull out the character or whatever, I think it's cool I more care about it in character design per se. Like, I like black characters to have some kind of, like, their hair textures or something to be included in the character design, how they look visually. But yeah, outside of that, I don't really care.
Gotcha. I kind of like, I think it really depends on, like, I probably should have added this too. I think it depends, like you said, on the property. Because if it's like a character driven, like a drama where the person matters, I want them to be fully realized and articulated as what their personhood looks like. But like if it's just like an action movie or a comedy, I really don't need a lot of backstory. So anybody could play Jesse. It could be like a genderless tree. It's not like I am Groot. But if it's funny, you hit that I am Groot the right way at the right time, and it's funny. Yeah. I am Groot.
Yeah, like fantasy, you could be whoever. I don't really care. But yeah, like you said, the drama, character studies. Like if they black and you saying they from this place in America, they should embody whatever that looks like.
I like feeling special and connecting with the character with a particular identity, and it takes less work and less imagination. That's important too, because sometimes the story requires you to be able to identify. Like what they're trying to do is to get you to sympathize or empathize with a specific character. And sometimes they use that to their advantage by flipping it on you and making the person that you identify with the villain while you thought they were the hero because you saw yourself. So I really like when they do that. That gets you to identify and empathize and like, man, I would do the exact same thing. And then all of a sudden you realize Anakin's killing younglings. And you're like, oh, crap. And you know what I'm saying? All of a sudden you're like, it got turned on you. So
help like you explore like your own darkness in a way. The ability. I mean, I still think it's limited as far as character studies of black women. I feel like that's something that's still like not great. Black women are either mammies or, you know, what Tiffany Haddish always choose to portray. So
there does seem to still be a certain
or a boss chick.
There's the Sex in the City black woman. There is the over the top Tiffany Haddish black woman.
No, there's no Sex in the City black woman.
There's like Harlem.
Oh yeah, the like down there trying to more and more like the high
sisters,
luxury.
Yep. Them. There's a lot of that more popping off. Nobody like Cheeto finger Padawans anyway. Now listen, I don't mean like great people. Like colorblind. I just mean like it doesn't matter who played the role. Like in the relationship space, when we have these conversations about relationship, we'll say, I'll say that sometimes a woman doesn't necessarily care about the person. She's looking for a husband, not a man. The husband, anybody could be there. It could be Kyle, it could be Bradley, it could be Hakeem, it could be, as long as you fit this checklist, you do this, this, and this, anybody could fill that role. That's what I mean as far as fiction as well. Anybody could have been Jesse. It could have been a man or a woman, because Jesse is an ambiguous name. It could have been a man or a woman. It could have been a transgender. They could have been gay. They could have been black. They could have been white. They could have been Asian. Anybody could have been Jesse and pulled off the role because all they had to do was maybe pull up a gun and shoot and say a funny line and run over here. Like it doesn't require a lot of character inflection or articulation. So that's what I mean. Not gray as in appearance, but gray as in I don't even know what to call it. Like
just kind of like ambiguous. Bland. Yeah. Like when I would date people, if a man said like I don't see color, because you know I would date other races sometimes. But like if they said I don't see color, that's like a red flag. I just don't really like as far as relating to people, he'd be like, I don't see color. It's like, well, I'm a whole ass black woman. So I'm gonna need you to see that I'm black. It's not a compliment. Like, you know? So it's funny because while I don't like that in I don't care in characters, but I think in real life when you say I don't see color, that's crock shit.
Nah, I don't see color is a problem when I hear people say it, because I like if color exists, if difference exists, I need you to be able to see it.
Right.
Like if it's perceptible, it doesn't even have to be color. Like if you look at me and say I don't see size, I'm gonna be like, it's that virtue aesthetic. We're going back to that
Right.
that virtue signal thing. Like I don't want to be honest. I don't want to hurt any feelings. I just want to hide behind not seeing. I want to be blind so I don't offend. A magic black friend, that's one of the tropes. Yes, magic black friend that solves all the problems.
The sassy black girlfriend.
Oh man, yeah. There's a few with the black women. And Take It Home podcast, Chris Classic in the building. I think it's a thin line between representation and pandering. I'm all for opportunity, but if you're saying to support because it solely checks a box, that can lead to an issue and harsh criticisms. Absolutely, for sure. And there was no transformer deception. I know, but I'm just saying there's some roles that you could have a transgender person in, and it wouldn't make a difference. I don't think it would. I don't think it would change anything.
If their gender
other
is
than
not,
the way we feel about it.
Yeah, unless their gender is central to it, like maybe if a relationship or whatever. But if it's just a character just doing stuff, then their sex or gender doesn't actually matter.
Yes. Now, this is if somebody's saying this, and I think we would have to challenge them to get this out of them. I don't see gender, I don't see race. If what they're trying to say is, I see your race, I just don't consider that a factor, as in, I'm not going to treat you differently simply because of your race on a general spectrum. I acknowledge your differences. I acknowledge the history that your people may have, but I'm not going to intentionally treat you differently or go out of my way. I'll be sensitive to the history of whatever group you're in, but I won't treat you as a non-human or other. If that's what they're trying to get across, I'm with that. Gender, same thing with gender. Like I see Bree as a woman. I understand some of the struggles that women have. That way, when I have a lot of talks, I'll acknowledge that something I say may be coming across misogynistic. So I'm acknowledging the history that I understand what the group she may identify with is going through. Mm-hmm. And I'm choosing to see the difference and acknowledge it and still say what I want to be honest about so that we can have a dialogue. I think that level of respect, that she's a person that can withstand criticism of her group that she may identify with. And I don't need to be overly sensitive and hide from the fact that she's a woman or black or kawaii aesthetic or whatever things that you identify with or whoever you're speaking with. You don't have to hide from the things that they are or may be because you're not willing to hide behind blindness.
Right.
Oh, Eternals. Oh my God, that was bad.
It was ass.
Oh, that was bad.
It was so bad. And it was just like they really tried to, we got our Asian, we have our gay man. Yes. And then, of course, the gay man had to be the black man. Okay, he's gay and black. And then he had it. It was so bad. It was so bad. I think we're moving this way. I don't think gender identities matter as much as we think. The social construct of gender identities don't matter as much as we think they do. I just don't think they do. I need to go clothes shopping over. I don't see fabric.
That's how it feels. It feels that silly. It feels that silly.
Yeah, I think we're moving that way. That's going to be the millennials fight, though. Like the gender identity, the social idea of gender and what it means to be man or woman. I think that's about to go next, y'all. I think that's going to be out of here.
Now, listen. I'm about to play this next vid. I'm going to let it play. It's going to be about 5 minutes. So if you need to take a quick break, it's going to be about 5 minutes for this video to play. So when I start that.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today we are going to talk about The Little Mermaid. Again. If you don't know, the new version of The Little Mermaid, the mermaid will be black. And a trailer for the movie recently came out, and it has caused a stir. And it prompted a message. I kind of want to go through it. The first video I ever watched from you was the one about The Little Mermaid. I watched a few others since then, but I saw you tweet about The Little Mermaid and thought I'd ask a question. Your first video talked about the original story of The Little Mermaid and how that's so different from the Disney version that people can't be upset about them changing Ariel from white to black. Now, if you don't know, pause this real quick. If you don't know, the original story of The Little Mermaid is messed up. Ariel does not get a happy ending. Okay. It is drastically different from the Disney version. Okay. But I didn't grow up with the old story. I grew up with Disney's. I have red hair, and she was relatable to me, and I loved her sense of wonder, and it encouraged me to be more open and curious. The way she gave up her world for love made me want to be brave. I think your Curious George hat and stuffy means you might understand. I just don't see the purpose in changing her race in the movie. I loved this movie so much, I named my daughter Ariel. She, like me, is redheaded. Now that's not going to be the iconic thing about Ariel. Maybe I'm being selfish because I'm attached to the red hair Ariel, but why change her race? Okay. So, the relatability thing, to me, that's always been weird. I don't know why a character has to look like you to be relatable, but you're not an anomaly there. There are a lot of people who feel that way. And because of that relatability, you took away that curiosity, that desire to be brave and, being more open, all of that stuff, right? And it's a good thing. It's a good lesson to pull from The Little Mermaid. And now that story is relatable to even more people. Those lessons, those things that you found so formative that you named your daughter after the character. Now other people can find that relatable in that way. I would also point out, as far as your daughter's concerned, it's not like the cartoon version. The old version is like going to get deleted. It's still going to be around. Like, that version of Ariel will still exist. It's not being erased. But there's another thing here. I just don't see the purpose in changing her race in the movie. Now, I know what you really mean here. Like, I know what you're getting at when you say this, but I'm going to answer that literally. I don't see the purpose in changing her race in the movie because it's the entire plot. Without that, her sense of wonder, her sense of curiosity, it all goes unfulfilled. She doesn't give up her world for love. Why do it with this particular movie, with this particular character? It's the perfect character to do it with. It's in the story. She gives up her race, mer people, whatever it is, to turn human. If you're going to try to interpret it and pull out a larger moral from it, it would kind of be that race doesn't matter. I mean, that seems like one that would show up in it. And I have found it very funny that a lot of people who have found this film so formative seem to skip right over that part. Like, it's a major piece of the show, of the movie. It's part of the story that you can't get away of. It's even in the original when you go way back. I think that people are getting wound up unnecessarily. This takes this show, this film that you love, and it introduces it and makes it relatable in the same way that it was relatable to you, to a whole new group of people, a massive new audience, and they can get those same lessons and that same inspiration that you got. And hopefully you can apply the more overt message, but maybe the more subtle message to you, that race is not really the biggest part when it comes to love. If you loved this film, you loved this character as a white redhead, there's no reason you couldn't love her as a black mermaid. That seems to be like integral to the plot, is that love conquers all, including race, to the extent of like literally different species. You're talking about mermaids and humans in the film, and what people are complaining about is skin tone. It seems like it should be easier to get over the skin tone. Just saying.
You would think, Bo.
Anyway,
You would think.
it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Boom. All right, so let me catch up on the chat. Let's see. Yeah, now the husband thing. I love that a husband does not have to be a man anymore. That I will never not. That will always be funny to me. I don't care. I usually say I don't see color, or even ones who say they're allies. They're Avengers now, man. I feel you. You gotta clarify that one, because if you don't see my color, if you're not even willing to acknowledge my difference, we're gonna have some kind of other problem anyway. Yes. Oh, yes. I felt great about representation as a kid, but I don't want others to feel that. I don't want anybody else to feel that. That is a very selfish position to take, that they're taking. I see both sides of the Little Mermaid argument, though. I wouldn't war on either. Yeah, I get you. My issue is that they're talking. They have a problem with that Ariel over there disappearing, but she's not disappearing. It's still there. It's just another interpretation. It's like the King James Bible has an NIV Bible. Like the NIV Bible didn't erase the KJV. You can still enjoy the one that you love and you grew up with. It's not being taken away from you. That's what gets me. It's what you're saying you love and you grew up on and touched you and touched your heart and showed you who you are. It's not being taken away. You're not a fan of live action remakes? Yeah. Aladdin was solid. Mulan,
yeah.
I think it was okay. It was passable.
Yeah.
It was passable.
Yeah. Yes.
And I do understand the representation part. Black girls used to be Jasmine from Aladdin because they didn't have a princess. Yes. Yep.
Yes.
You're right.
And then when Pocahontas came out, we had to be Pocahontas, even though she was a Native American. So.
Yeah, we always got to find something that we can identify with and cling to, even if it's just a person's character, like how their moral fiber. Like we're always clinging to something, but I think like Nova pointed it out, it's just easier if they look like you. It's an easier mental transition to slide into.
I mean, I would like some representations of regular Black women.
Yeah,
that are nice. I'm interested to see with this next Disney princess, Asha. She's supposed to be Black, but I think she's Afro Black. I was like, regular Black girls, we can't never just. I'm not gonna go into no FBA, but I'm just saying, regular Black girls, we can't never get no shine. It's always got to be exotic.
I mean, I get you. We do need to work on that. I just saw, what did I just see? Oh, there's a movie called Breaking. I think it's called Breaking with John Boyega. And it's like John Q Part 2. It's like if another John Q type movie. So John Boyega is like the Denzel, the Breaking part. If you ever get a chance to check that out, because it's him, his ex-wife, and his daughter, and they're all like, even just on the melanin side, they're all dark-skinned Black people, like we're brown-skinned, rich brown-skinned Black people. And it was just cool. I was like, I don't think I've ever seen that, where the entire family is like the same shade of brown. There's typically always something like it's like the light skin and
how Us
interracial.
was. Like Jordan Peele's movie Us. I like that family. Like it was a darker skin. Like that's what I really do like. But even still, it's like a lot of these actors still are not regular Black people. They from the UK or other places. And that's not to say, hey, I'll take what I can get. They Black. I get it. They read Black. So that's fine. But like, there still is a lack. Like, the regular Black folks get love and hip hop and reality TV. That's what that's what we get. So I still think there's some programming there. Like when I know we're not talking about when you start talking about Passport Bros and people like that, I feel like there's a lot of programming that like all the other, colored people outside of America, Black, are great. But y'all American Black people, y'all trash. Yeah, like that's kind of what TV kind of does anyway. So I'm looking forward to like, where the little Black girl from Atlanta? You know what I'm saying? Just regular Black. Yes, Hallie and Chloe are from Atlanta. So also why I stand for them.
And real quick, man, Take It Home podcast. We want to support more representation. Let's support these up and coming content creators who are providing the demand we speak about. Absolutely. So make sure y'all go and support Take It Home podcast. Support Chris Classic and C3 Wrestling. As Yellow would say, support a Black wrestler. So definitely support anybody. I'm about to get on my soapbox. Hold on, y'all. Because this is a problem for me. This is a problem in the Black community for me. Oh, gee, Patrice Moncel. I see the moniker change.
You need a little
hello, greetings and salutations. Now listen, y'all. Listen. This is my soapbox. It ain't even got to be me. I'm going to say this, and I promise you, it does not have to be me, because, me and Bree had that whole exchange about I don't value my time enough. Right there, I'm still not valuing it enough. But find somebody. A lot of us will watch hours upon hours of content. This channel, that channel, the other channel. Support them. Give them $1. If you watch them for 5 hours, give them a single dollar. A single dollar. If you're watching them 5 nights a week, 20 nights a month, like the people that are constantly on knowledge and relationships, the people who are always on Chef Shapino, throw something their way. The Cash App, if they're on Twitch, throw the subscriptions, throw the bits. Support the people that you watch the most. Do not let them go unappreciated and not seeing the reward for their time. We say we don't value our time. As Black people, a lot of times we don't value each other's time. Like, let's stop trying to get everything for free. Let's start treating people that we watch and value like we actually appreciate them. Like I said, you ain't got to start with me. You ain't got to Cash at me. I'll take the L. I'll be the messenger. Whoever you go and watch, if you passing through and skirting through here and you going to somebody else's channel and you going to sit there for an hour or two, man, throw them at least $1. Like y'all doing the offering plate at church, man. Drop $1 in the collection plate. Every Sunday, y'all drop at least $1. Do the same for your Black content creators. Y'all know we struggling for capital and resources. We'll spend a lot of our money at Starbucks, Amazon, Walmart. We'll drop major dollars in these other places, but we'll spend hours of time in each other's presence. And we won't make a way to give each other some support financially, even though these people are spending their time and we're not getting paid for it. I really think we could do better. I've been around too many different channels where the content creators are not being supported by the people who sit and watch hour after hour. Can't throw $1. $1? There were so many channels I went and did a Cash App on, and they were like, oh, we got our first Cash App. And I'm like, how? You've been going for a year. How is this your first Cash App? It bothers me, y'all, that we can't support each other better than we do. You ain't got to get, I know Web Talk said different increments. $1. I know everybody here could give $1. $1. And like I said, I'm not even asking for your money. Don't even give it to me. Whoever you go and watch the most, give it to them. Give it to Bree, give it to Wiley, Web Talk Productions, Take It Home Podcast, C3, buy a ticket to his next wrestling promotion. Whoever you watch, y'all, please support them. Don't let them burn out and give up because y'all couldn't support. Don't do it. Don't do it. Or quit watching me. Don't watch me if you can't support nobody. If you can't support nobody, don't watch me. I don't even want it. Don't watch me. Okay, now I'm done. I'm up my soapbox. I see somebody, at least one person quit watching. Thank you. If you're the person that can't give anybody $1, man, thank you for stop watching. I don't want your eyeballs. Honestly, if you can't give anybody $1, man, don't come around me. I don't want it. Don't need it. Can't have it. Can't work with them. Can't win with them. Can't do it. All right. Cool. I'm there. Next question.
That was not that, you know what I'm saying? I had my soapbox earlier about fuck Gen X, so.
Oh, got it.
It bothers me
so much. It bothers me so much, but I see it too often. Now, the video was both talking about, there was a young lady, I don't know how much of it you heard, but a young lady wrote in talking about that Ariel was the representation that she grew up on, and it gave her as a ginger, somebody to look up to, blah, blah, blah. Is representation being stripped away by, a Black mermaid? Is that a fair criticism when the cartoon still exists?
No. That's why I was like, girl, go just show your daughter the old one. She can't show her daughter the old one?
Yeah, that's why I was like, it's not going anywhere. It's still there.
Karens.
Their first catch up being in the game for more. See, that's what I'm talking about. But people will watch you. People, and listen, I'm only talking because I only see my own subscriptions and follows. Now, YouTube is trash. Twitch is better about this. I don't really have a problem with Twitch.
Because you really can't it's not a built-in integrated system to really get money and easily in on YouTube until you're monetized, which sucks. Because like if it's hard, people ain't gonna do it. Like if it's extra steps, people ain't gonna do it a lot of times.
But I have a hard problem because I know people that will watch. Because some of the channels would do like 5 to 7 hour streams multiple times a week, and somebody's in the chat the entire time. if you're not cash apping once a week at least $5, man, that kind of stuff, it irks you.
But you don't think
Bit my
time
tongue.
counts? Time is money. What if they just always there, always hanging out, always supporting, always chatting actively, always sharing? I mean, don't you think time counts for some of that?
You know what? That goes back to the 22K and love thing. Love don't pay the bills.
Time is
Love
money.
don't pay for StreamYard. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So then somebody being able to, we're gonna go back. I'm gonna fight for this 22K guy. Him being able
Why
to
you
spend
keep
time.
fighting for him? Nobody trying to be with him.
I know, but listen. Here's the thing. It's the principle. Because
I'd be
now
so
you're fighting for the guy in a different respect. The person that doesn't have the money to support financially, but they give time and support. Now you're saying it's a good thing. But when that StreamYard bill come due, you can't convert that to cash.
Okay, so then you agreeing with me now.
Dang, you're right. That cuts both ways, don't it?
Yes, I finally won. Yes. Thank you.
Like
I
you
risked
said,
my
watch the
argument.
not gonna stop.
So
Listen,
yeah,
I'm
give
just
people
saying,
money.
as far as support, Simma's in the building.
Hey, watch
Simma.
out.
Now listen, I'm
Show
just
her little moon
saying,
demon babyhood. Oh.
support is great. Quality time is great. But as far as content creation, only person I know that spoke on their costs was M3. And he was talking about, he's like, StreamYard alone was $800 in about a year. Right. So if you can't even recoup the cost of StreamYard over the course of a year, exactly.
It's gonna be free.
See what I'm saying? So that's like what, $70 a month, $65 a month. If you can't get $65 a month in cash apps, but you're spending 65 hours a week probably streaming, so you can't get a quarter per hour per stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm talking about. We are maybe as content creators, we're undervaluing ourselves. But on the other side, as content viewers and consumers, we're not paying. We're not being fair. We're not being respectful. Like, come on, man. We gotta do better.
I mean,
I play myself. You're right.
I know it's your passion speech, and it was a lovely speech. I do mostly agree with it. I 90% agree with it.
Not bring down.
No, I'm saying I just feel like people. It starts with you, and I feel like a lot of people don't want to say what they want. So
okay. Like I said, I will take the hit.
I do like if some people really they don't care. Like you said, I'm whatever but you have said before, if I break even, I'm good. Like I just want to pay for the StreamYard and I want to pay for this, so that's fine. You're not necessarily like I'm trying to make a profit, but you stated that hey, this stuff costs money. I'm just trying to really break even. That's fine. But I do feel like there's some people who are not even speaking or creating a culture in their space of people giving them money. I think you have to create the space for that. That's part of being productive. And that's your responsibility.
Agree. And I think it goes back to that black thing where we have a hard time asking for money. I shared something in the Discord a while back. I'm gonna tie together several different things that we talk about. I shared something in the Discord a while back. The Real Precious had put something on her community tab. What's the hardest thing for you to do? And there were 4 options, but one of them was ask for help. And almost overwhelmingly, ask for help was the hardest thing to do. And all of the comments subsequently that I posted were about, I have a hard time asking for help, ask for help, ask for help. I don't know if it's pride or ego, but we have a hard time asking for help. Even in relationships, people have a hard time asking for the love that they need, which is what you just said. Create the space and ask for what it is that you need. The same thing applies to this streaming thing. We talked about blackness and how within blackness we have a awkward relationship with capitalism and commodification because of maybe how we entered this country. So we definitely don't like asking for our value because it feels away. So, and the fear, like Simma said, the fear of being denied. I don't know if it's popped up over here. The fear of being denied. Asking for help. That stuff is very difficult for a lot of people for whatever the reason. Maybe we need to look into what the reason is. But it's hard to ask for help. But we all know this stuff costs.
Right.
Like we've all made like our cash apps available. We've all made different ways to support merchandise.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is, as viewers, and again, I've said this, it ain't got to be me. I'm not even looking for me. I want y'all to go out and support the people that have been grinding for a long time, because I'm not a grinder. So I'm not looking for a reward from the people. I mean, if y'all come, y'all come. If I come, I come. We're at will employment over here, at will enjoyment. I'm gonna be here at will. You're gonna be here at will, and that's our relationship. But there's people that are dutiful, dedicated. They're there day after day, hour after hour. Man, yo, show them some love. I said a channel goal for supporting equipment. Yeah. Hey, go ahead, Brie. I want to hear the. I hear the.
I'm a capitalist, and you're more of a socialist. So I feel like this speech is kind of a socialist speech.
But see, there's no mechanism to force people to pay. There's no paywall.
There's not. I just said that's what I feel. I do agree with you. I think that for me, you know, if I can't support you with like a lot of time, I'm not talking about just a swing by support, like I'm gonna be in your chat heavy. I'm gonna get your engagement up. I'm gonna do this and this and that. Like, I think that's important too for a content creator. So I'm not down. That's not to be downplayed either. But you know, if I got some money, I'm gonna throw a sub your way. I understand as content creators. But I'm a content creator, so I think I also have a. You would think some people understand, but some of these people who are just watching for fun don't. You know, you think people make connections that they don't always make. So
exactly.
That's why I think it's important for the content creator. It's also your responsibility to create a space to let that transaction happen. Like the collection plate being passed around the church is an outward intention statement of we need money, and I'm not going to just like hope y'all understand that. So yeah, like putting, you know, that's why I like Twitch. That's why I really love Twitch, because they have the follower goal you can put up on your screen, so you don't even have to ever say it. People see it. And I've struggled with this myself. That's why I'm also pushing back, because that's something I had to struggle, you know, set in my mind, even pro-capitalism, that like you're not begging for money, you're just asking for your worth. And if you don't ask for it, nobody's gonna give. Some people will freely give it, people who have the understanding, but some people who are just like unaware, it's not that deep, they won't. And so since I've started putting my follower goal, I literally get people who follow me and just start throwing gifted subs, because maybe they don't have time, but they got money, so they just throw subs at people. So, you know, I'm just saying is you also have to not be shy about it, and not feel like you're cheapening yourself by saying it, you know?
And that's something I know we got to struggle with. That's what I said. I wasn't even asking for myself. Just full transparency. The reason I'm even doing anything on YouTube again was actually because Simma just out of the blue, just Simma out of the blue just showed some support, and he hasn't even been able to come over to Twitch, but to pop in real quick, but then show some financial support. So I'm like, man, that's love. Because, and I'm gonna answer your question, Inya. I'm gonna answer your question. Like, somebody that can't even come and watch your stuff is supporting you financially, which actually helps you do what you're doing. It actually helps the streaming to have the financial piece taken care of. You know what I'm saying? So stuff like that is like, man, I gotta return the love back as a streamer, because the audience is showing love. So like it's a reciprocal relationship. It's an exchange. Like it can't be just one way. If the producers are just producing and never receiving anything back, like that's what I'm talking about. Like when we say the time is consumption. Like I'm being pulled from. So to answer that question, time does play a part in support, but what kind of time? If all it is somebody giving time to review my content, that offers me nothing in exchange, unless I have some kind of mechanism to get something from viewership. Like if somebody watches for 3 ad hours, I get $2. I don't know. I'm not monetized on YouTube, so I don't know what that pay rate is like. It's nothing on Twitch. But a person just sitting and watching you doesn't offer much to the content creator. If they're engaging, there's a level of that's more supportive. That's
valuable.
Yeah.
Engagement is valuable.
Chat engagement is that's support. Somebody sharing and promoting your content, that's support. But I'm talking about maybe the people that just watch, because we know there are a lot of people that will just sit and watch, and they won't feel because they're not known. that are not known, they won't feel obligated to support in any kind of way. But again, they're listening or they're watching. And I think I think it's pervasive in our community that we are okay taking and not giving back to the place we're taking from. Black area, you're on my Wi-Fi. You're ignorant.
Yeah, see, the Lord Ted said, yeah, you can't force people, but ads are the socialist response.
Yeah. It's
Ads
crazy.
is the socialist response, I guess, yeah. But even just assuming that people don't know, like 2 Chopsticks came over to support me. And so, yeah, I got to remember that he may also not know, you know, all the culture. So it's my job, like I said, to also make sure I'm putting it in the forefront so people know, you know, the full capacity of, which is, like I said, this is why I rock with Twitch. They make it, they create ways for people to want to support you and feel like they also get something from it, like the emotes and, like, you know, all the hype trains, and you get rewards for participating in hype trains. Like, it is integrated into the, you know, to the streaming service to kind of real money support is kind of adds an element to the streams. Right, Ariel stole my lunch.
Y'all are ignorant. I'm about to drop the link. I'm going to ask this last question of Bree, and then we're going to head into the last segment. Let me see. This next question for this section for the Ginger. Ginger Lives Matter. Give me a second. Ginger Lives Matter, Bree. But when are we doing too much? Are all sides, I think I added one extra word in there. Are all sides just being entitled? Are we showing our privilege? Let me get rid of the extra word. Let me just clarify a little bit. Like, the people who are fighting for redheaded Ariel stepped out.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a sense of entitlement. But I also feel like people that feel entitled to representation, like entitled to it. Not it's fair, we like it, but feeling entitled to it also feels like a step too far. That I think people are I think on both sides, I think people are overstepping.
I think Black people don't want to ever acknowledge that we do have some privileges as citizens of a first world country. Like, I feel like sometimes like white privilege is the only privilege that can exist, and it's like, no, we still are a privileged group of people just being in America, though. So I do think that sometimes the lack of awareness that there are some privileges we hold make us entitled, because we kind of just go into the world as the victim or underprivileged class in all places, and we're not always that in all places. And I think that's part of the problem, because like I even said in anime, like, how you gonna tell Japanese people they need to, if their art is imitating their culture to some degree, how you gonna just say they need more Black people if you go to Japan right now? Like, how many Black people are you gonna see? Like, it makes sense in America because we're more mixed, but I'm like, now you gonna start telling Japanese people they need to be putting Black people. It's like, okay, now you doing too much, like, to me. Now you can comment on problematic portrayals of Black people, that's fine. But to just be like, yeah, it ain't enough Black people in anime, it's like, well, these motherfuckers in a school in Japan, like, like, how many Black people supposed to be over here? Go over there and see, you know. So there's a point where I think Black people just, and like I said, it's a power thing, because like I said, I see a lot of men who do, Black men be stunned like they daddy. Okay, Black men, y'all stunned like y'all daddy. Y'all really coming from a privileged place, talking to Black women sometimes, and we be really sitting over here like, boy, you big man, huh?
We trying to be the white man.
Y'all want to be bred so bad sometimes. But I don't think it registers to y'all, like how when y'all say Black women are seeking a certain aesthetic of whiteness by putting on certain things. I think it's just, like, while I don't feel that way, I can understand it. It's deeper than I think. Like, I think it's the same thing. Like, it's a power play. And y'all don't see it because y'all like, we've never had power. So how could we be speaking from a place of privilege or power? And you like, well, no, your being a man gives you an automatic privilege. You don't have to accept it. It don't give you white privilege, but it give you male privilege. So you still got a privilege that gave you some bit of power, and the more you lose that, the more you're gonna be mad about it. So yeah, I think
I want to talk about that. When I want to do a talk on that Fox Soul piece. I was making the notes the other day on Twitch.
right.
So hopefully I can get Yella. Rico hasn't responded to my my messenger thing, but I want to get Rico. I really want to get a couple of women too, but I know it's hard to get women in that space sometimes because they don't want to argue with the guys when they get emotional about stuff, you know. But I know that's why Yella and Rico don't get to the same level as a lot of the randoms. Let me
Right.
read this question. When in Japan, if you aren't born in Japan, you are not Japanese, you don't get citizenship. Black Japanese
Yep.
people are like 5% of the population. Shout out to the
Right.
5%. But what you said is true. But I have a question though. What privilege is it that you think Black men got from the patriarchy? Because I've heard that Cynthia G made that point, and I'm wondering, what part of the patriarchy do you think Black men have access to? There is male privilege, period. I'm not talking about
Yeah.
that, but tapping into the patriarchy of white male privilege, like what advantage do you think we got alongside of them?
Well, I don't think, like I say, the patriarchy, or like I don't think like white male privilege Black men have had it. I don't think Black men have just ever been in that position of power in United States like that. So I don't think they've ever held that power. But as a man, you naturally have it's easier to dominate women. And like coming now, the privilege that maybe they partook of from the white patriarchy or the patriarchy is that women were property. Women just didn't have certain rights. Women didn't have certain ways to be autonomous, and all men benefited from that, whether you were Black or white. Now, did you benefit from it to the way the white man did? No, not necessarily, but you still benefited from it because as a woman, I just didn't have certain ability to do things because I was a woman. So yeah, y'all benefited from that. Women weren't able to be autonomous. You don't think women, so you feel like women were able to be autonomous?
That's not what I'm saying. But I see that as a burden, not a privilege. Like that's not a benefit to the Black man because he didn't have a way to take any advantage of that in society.
No, that is an advantage.
How?
Because your biological desire to be paired up with women or have women, to have sex with women, all that stuff. You didn't, because we needed, like y'all say, we really depended on men for a long time to even just survive. You couldn't have a bank account. You couldn't. So like a lot of men were just getting married and paired off with women simply because they were needed in that way.
And you think that's a benefit?
So that's a benefit because you want to smash, you want to get married, you want to have this companion, but you didn't have to do the emotional lifting necessarily. You just had to have a job and blah, blah, blah. So yes, there's a burden that comes with that, but there's also a benefit in that.
But with that same, like that argument though, like when we say benefit, it's almost like I want to say there's a sliding scale. Like there's always like a spectrum of things. Like almost everything is double-edged. Right. So everything has like a cost and a benefit, a pro and a con. So when you say like there's we Black men had access to like some level of privilege because of the patriarchy, I'm thinking there's an overwhelming benefit to the cost.
But I would say having women.
The privilege to having women. I'm not going to make this argument today. I'm not going to make the. I'm
just saying, like, no, because when you listen to Umar, he said our women. Like, I think men feel like we belong to them for a long time. I think that was a side effect of the patriarchy.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm contextualizing it from the modern conversations, and it's because what I have to say is really inflammatory. But
I'm
gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep it. Hold on, Wally. Randoms are the people I didn't have pre-selected to come onto the show. Yeah. So randoms is like I asked Bree to come onto the show, but anybody else to hit the link is a random. So it's not calling you. What did you say? It was said basic. Where was it at? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. It's on basic. I'm not calling you basic, but if I didn't have you already planned to come up and give you the StreamYard before the show, you're a random. Not that you're basic.
Come on up.
You feel entitled because of how we were and are still being treated. You want equal opportunities and others should follow it. You just want to be left alone. Usually the main three with people of color. Okay, I like that.
Yep.
But now I'm in to just scrap rusty tools. I know, right? But no, I understand completely what you're saying, and I typically would have agreed with you, except that I really wonder if what the benefit that you think is truly a benefit.
I ain't arguing about the benefit. I don't know what the benefit is because I'm not a man. But I think men
Yeah,
feel
that's
like
what I'm saying.
entitled, like y'all deserve a woman,
But that's
y'all
true.
deserve access to a woman, and that's just most men feel that way. Like I
Yeah.
deserve a woman. I deserve a good wife. That's
But like, I'll
I don't believe in deserve. So
but I'm gonna relate this to another maladaptive ideology, like people that talk hustle culture.
right,
Hustle culture leads to burnout if you don't have a proper relationship to it.
right.
So that can actually be self-destructive to engage in hustle culture. But people feel like that's something they should do, like they're entitled or they should. That's something that people should do. You should be in hustle. You should be grinding, rise and grind.
Right.
I'll sleep when I'm dead. You can have an unhealthy relationship to something that us people will see as a benefit. Oh, but you're doing good. You're progressing. You're advancing. You're upward mobility. Lots of positive things, but you're actually killing yourself. So what I'm saying is having an unhealthy relationship to the women in your community, although the way you said it superficially, it may seem like a benefit. If you have an unhealthy relationship to it, you end up where we are now because of said benefit. So I'm not saying it wasn't actually a benefit because we didn't have a healthy relationship. That's what I'm saying, on a deeper level.
When you say benefit, I mean I don't think I was ever arguing benefit. I just think that men feel entitled to women.
You know, that part is true, but that's what I mean
That's
by
all.
like the same way we've indoctrinated ourselves on hustle culture. Like it's something every man should do. Every man should just hustle. Like like people are starting to fight back. Like I don't dream of labor. Like now people are trying to fight back against that. We over identify with the things that we participate in. Like whether that's the hood, whether it's hustle culture, whether it's whatever it is. If we do it, we start to identify with it. Let me read this real quick. You're basically both right. If you compare black men directly to black women and measure opportunity, men obviously win historically. If you consider black men against other groups with the same opportunities, they've been pushed lower. So relative benefit, black men, black women is up. A relative benefit to black men, all men is down. A race to the bottom. I hear you, brother.
So black men still had some sense of, not much, but when you're relating to your partner and you're like, okay, well, compared to women, I have power because of privilege. As that privilege is now going away because of equality or equity, then the only position of power you really held is in danger now.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I'm saying. Like because of our bound necessary relationship to each other, we both feel entitled to what the other person provided. Because it was an unhealthy force. It wasn't really a choosing. Now that we're free to choose, we're choosing different. But now that we're unbound, we're seeing the entitlement that came from us being forced together. And so providing is subjective.
Oh, I didn't get to see that last part. Feel entitled for him. Yeah. It's that traditional model. That traditional model is the person, is the manifestation of that idea that a man deserves the woman, or she is his, and because of that he provides everything for her because she's his property, or she's his responsibility. So it's built into the model, all of those things, which is why it's a trash ass model.
Yeah, and I think we need to start making our own model. You talk about you espouse this principle. We need to make our own. We need to come up with our own. We need to put the subscribing and stuff. But subscribing until we know we've investigated it. Let me see. I think that phenomenon has super quickly flipped in today's age, though, or at least it's so volatile that we don't really know who has more privilege. And that's the problem. We're fighting over privilege and blame. We need to understand that people have a choice, and we need to adopt a mindset that says, I need to be the best choice. I need to be the most suitable, and then I need to find the best choice and find the most suitable. So I think we don't identify value very well. Like, for instance, this very conversation we're having, the value is not in the skin. Like, people don't identify value very well. We're not looking at the true value of things. We look at the superficial, and we make that the barometer that we gauge all things. Just because something is high quality doesn't mean it's high quality for me. So suitability has to not just quality, it also has to be suitability. It doesn't matter if I get the best the Ferrari on the market if because I'm so large I can't fit in it. So suitability has to play a part in every decision we make too, and we don't do that. We don't think through things. We need to get better at that.
Nope. Or you get the luxury car, but you can't afford the maintenance.
Yeah, so many problems. Quality is great, and everybody's trying to push quality. I would have found the highest quality, highest value. Great, but is it suitable? And are you suitable? Can you take care of, like you said, can you do the maintenance required for a relationship that's on this level? And people are really just
yeah, and then people use like all these quantifying measures, but then don't want to be judged based on quantifying things.
Absolutely.
Like same
Absolutely.
value in itself. It's like measurable, quantifiable. So it's like, but then you don't want to be okay, guys. So fuck 22K a year, man. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding.
No, because what you're saying is he's not suitable.
He's a good person. He's a good person.
He's got a nice personality.
He's got a heart of gold.
I don't know why you hate this guy so much.
He need to open a daycare or something because he's just so nice and kids love him. That's great. That is great.
You gonna quit
I
making
just
fun of my
like, I'm sure he's great.
Yeah.
He'd be a great friend to somebody.
He is going to be a great fan to that woman that loves him and they get married.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, man. Bree is really not feeling that 22K guy.
He don't
We cannot
exist.
judge him.
He
He
really
does
literally does not exist.
He does exist. They're out there. Bree,
Does he exist?
these dudes are out
She
there.
said, I don't see shade. Right, Summer. I don't see shade. I see facts.
You don't see shade.
We see facts.
The
He
fact
does
is, he does
exist.
exist.
No, he don't. He don't exist.
Not in your world. He don't exist in your world.
No, because we said he was 35, making 22K a year. He does
It
not
happens.
exist.
It happened, Bree. You can't listen to all these conversations from women and say that this guy doesn't exist because they all say
I
that they
don't
met
know.
the guy.
I've never met this man. Even my friends who
haven't.
date
You're-
down financially have never met this man. 22K? Y'all know how much that is a week? Get
He was
out
making
of here.
$11
At
an
35?
hour. $11 an hour.
At 35 years old?
He got a job at the pizza shop
Why is he there?
because he fell on hard times, lost his job. He had to reset.
So it's
He
a
had to reset.
temporary move.
Maybe.
Man does not exist. He said, I just ran into that man for lunch.
Exactly.
He does not exist. This 35-year-old
$11 an
man
hour.
making just cruising at a clean 22K.
Bree, I've gone through so many drive-thrus and seen 30, 40, and 50-year-old men.
No, I understand transitory brokenness. We've talked about this before, but this ain't transitory brokenness. We ain't talking about transitory brokenness.
What if he's a chronic retail fast food employee? That's
Chronic, I like that. Professional, low skill
Yeah.
job.
it takes a lot of skill to work
To
the
be
fryer.
low skill.
It takes a lot of skill to work the
It
fryer.
take a lot of skill
not
to
low skill.
remain low skill for your whole
No,
life.
it's not low skill. What I'm telling you is it's not low skill, Bree.
It's technically
You know how many
low
people-
skill work though.
You know how many people burn themselves in hot grease? It
Yeah,
takes a lot of
yeah.
skill to
Fried
operate a
chicken.
fryer. Yeah.
I'm just saying, but it takes a lot of skill to be low skill for your whole life.
No, Bree. It's
It
not low
does.
skill. Is what I'm saying. You can't call it low skill. It's not
It's
low
technically
skill.
found under low skill work though.
But they
Where
were
Nova
essential
at?
employees.
Nova, can you tell?
Oh,
them, please?
pandemic.
This is a
The
term.
entire pandemic, these people were essential. Exactly.
Those
Women
people weren't
choose to make
essential.
them less than human.
They was
hence he
closing
doesn't
down
exist now.
restaurants left and right.
They were essential. They were food service workers, the food
Yeah,
service
true.
industry, because most people can't cook. So they're necessary in society now.
I'm totally fine with transitory brokenness because sometimes it's absolutely necessary. If you're transitioning to another field, maybe you start at the bottom or you just have to have this time. Transitory brokenness is fine. Okay.
I'm not
This is a
feeling this at all.
professional, low-skilled worker at 35, making 22K, talking about he finna wife somebody up. And I
I'm
just
not
think
feeling this.
that's hilarious.
No,
So I'm gonna drag him every time.
no, it's not unskilled labor.
It
It
is
is not
unskilled
unskilled
labor. This is a legit term in economy,
It's
in economics. This is a
that's like
legit
calling
term.
somebody an illegal alien instead of like an undocumented immigrant. Like, no, we don't need that
Isn't
term
it
that
an
the
illegal
base somebody.
alien? Is that not an illegal
They're
alien if you're
undocumented.
undocumented?
They're undocumented. Just call them
Oh, so
undocumented.
you doing that? We doing the leftist
Virtue
thing?
aesthetic. We doing the virtue
We
aesthetic.
doing it,
We
but that
doing the
unskilled. It's unskilled labor.
No, but it takes a skill. There's a skill.
I ain't say it
It's a
didn't.
cookie.
Get mad at the language. That's technically what they're filed under. It's unskilled
Oh
labor.
God.
Y'all, why you mad at me? That's
I'm
what
not
it's
mad at you.
called.
Illegal undocumented immigrant. Undocumented.
It's
What's the
illegal
topic?
alien.
We got sidebarred because Bree doesn't see men that make less than 40K. She doesn't even. They don't exist. She doesn't know anybody
I've
that
never
knows
met
these
this man. Does he exist? You're not even this man. No, this man does not
That's crazy.
exist. A 35-year-old who's a professional, like he just cruising at 22K this whole time, and this is like where he is. This isn't transitory. He just there, and he trying to marry somebody.
Listen, Summer, the guy who mixes the chemicals on the floor could kill somebody. Could literally kill somebody. Let me switch that. That's gotta
Who
be
is it?
gotta be probably Marcus or something. Marcus, yep.
Yeah, I am.
What up,
legal,
Marcus?
I am the legal documented immigrant here. Okay.
Okay, I'm just mad at Yellow making this leap. How we get to 100K? Nobody even said 100K in this conversation.
Hey, real quick, let me get because the guy that mixes like what's that stuff like bleach and there's another cleaning chemical that if you mix it with bleach, you can kill people.
Ammonia.
Ammonia.
Yeah.
Like it's a skill to not to kill people in a hospital.
You getting on
It's a skill.
We know it
to
takes
keep using
skill.
that terminology.
Okay.
Illegal alien isn't. Stop it. So we dragging a man for what he. That's Miss Andrew. There's no.
We're
such
not
thing.
dragging a man for what he do.
Makes no sense. Thank you. Everyone not gonna make
Rashawn
100K.
leaving out details. Rashawn
Everyone not
leaving
gonna
out
make 50K.
details.
Skill equals training.
Right.
You got to get trained how not to mix chemicals. Somebody's got to tell you don't mix these two chemicals. Y'all gonna quit playing these people for not having.
We're not playing. I'm just using the proper term so that we can know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm using the proper terminology. This isn't a feeling term. This is a proper terminology. I don't.
Ooh, not feeling it. I'm not feeling it.
I waited tables for 10 years. That
I'm
takes a
not
lot of
feeling
skill. It takes a lot of skill to be a good server, but it's unskilled labor.
It takes a skill to balance all those plates.
It does. I was a cocktail waitress too one time.
I was
Balancing all
working
the
as a
martinis.
waitress in a cocktail bar.
I'm just saying.
That
You
much
made this
is
term
true.
proper. Yeah, this what y'all do. Be mad at your mama. Don't be mad at me.
Ooh.
That's what I always
Listen,
say.
Marcus, what we got onto the unskilled labor thing, but we were actually supposed to. I don't know how we got there from the aerial thing, but I'm sure it was me. I'm sure I said something about 22K and they derailed. I'm sure.
Yeah, I said something about 22K this time, but it's my life mission to drag this man.
22K, ain't no way.
That's so dirty. But hey, Marcus, so far, man, from what you heard, I know you've been in and out, man. But what do you think about this whole aerial thing, this whole Little Mermaid? Not just that, like whitewashing, wokewashing, the whole how do you feel about the entire situation about how we're doing things?
I only care about Marvel, so I don't care if they do that in other movies. But if they do that to Marvel, I get pissed off, or DC. But if they want to do it in anything else, and if those people are upset over there, then that's their purview of being upset. So,
but what about Marvel makes it so specific for you? Is it because that's the only thing you consume out of all of that, or
to be honest, I think it's just because I grew up reading the comics and stuff and watching the cartoons when I was a kid and stuff, and I think the originality of it, and I know like a lot of times certain things are sourced out of something else to make it its own. Right, so a lot of times, like Spider-Man could have been inspired because of a guy who used to deal with bugs or something. Let's just say, for example, that was the source of it. But like the Disney tales were obviously inspired to the Brothers Grimm tales, right? And so on and so forth, etc. And it was actually dark. They were actually dark stories. Actually, probably some of the most darkest, because Hansel and Gretel was actually more. How do you say? PG'd, I guess. They made it into PG version of it.
Even Cinderella.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorite ones.
and I think I think Shrek. I think was it Shrek where it showed kind of like the darker side to it because in reality it had innuendos in it. And I remember like the fairy godmother or the tooth fairy is actually supposed to be dark and wicked. I think they made that horror movie called Darkness Falls. You remember that movie?
I missed
There's
it.
a movie, yeah, there was a horror movie called Darkness Falls or something like that, and it was based on the actual truth fairy, which is actually supposed to, once she actually takes your life, she rips your teeth out and she makes it like, stuff like that. And so
I remember that actually. That is the real.
Yeah.
Lore. Even like all of that stuff, like even there's just like dark lore to a lot of.
Who's that girl from? Y'all remember this actress? The redhead that was in the most recent remake of It, the little short girl, the redhead.
No, I
didn't
didn't
watch
see
it.
it.
I think well that redhead they put her in the movie for Gretel and Hansel, and it was the actual version of the grim story of the witch literally eating the kids, boiling them up, being cannibalistic and stuff. So that was like you could see her pulling the hair out of her mouth as she's eating the kid. It was nasty, but yeah. So like at the end of the day, it is going to be a money grab as long as the actor or actress is relevant. It's supposed to be a money grab. It's just like when The Rock, you put The Rock in a poster, it's going to sell money. It may not be a good movie, but it's going to sell money. I think that's where Disney is buying a lot of properties. So Disney has bought Fox, Marvel, and a plethora of other things, property rights to it, so they can make movies and money off of it. So they knew Marvel was going to make so much money. So especially when like Iron Man, Avengers, all those movies came out, they made billions in the box office or multi-millions. So that's what's going to matter at the end of the day. So feeds the pockets.
What'd you think about the was it Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel, and then they're doing the Marvels movie with multiple women? What do you think about them?
Well, I don't have a problem with the Miss Marvels because it involves more than one character. But I think it wasn't so much the fact that it was just because it wasn't because it was Brie Larson. It's because of Brie Larson's attitude and the screenwriting, the directing. So I can't put all the blame on her. Like the written script was kind of sucky. You can't go back and forth like that and then be like, oh, it's supposed to make sense. And all of a sudden she existed, but she was on another planet, Like the difference between her and Guardians of the Galaxy was that at least with Guardians, it kind of had that, okay, he never came back to Earth. He stayed away from Earth. It made it seem like she was back and forth between Earth. And that was the only thing that was kind of like, well, I like how they did the whole Nirvana and referenced other Blockbuster and stuff like that. Everybody knows when they used to go when they were kids, they used to go get Blockbuster and popcorn if you had the money. So I would have to wait like one every 2 months or something to get something like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, Dad, can I rent a video game? He'd be like, hell no. And he would smack me and then he just go get a movie. It is what it was. And so, with Captain Marvel, I think it's just because she had issues with the other team castmates from the other movies. I think that's what it was. And but she's still winning. She's still coming out in commercials. She's still getting her money. She's still getting her bag. So I can't hate the game. You can't hate the player. You hate the game. So it is what it is.
For sure. Now I'm gonna play this last video and ask my last few questions, and then we can wrap up. Give me a quick second. Tyler Perry.
Now this is a story where I think the expression
I'm not playing this whole video.
Pot, meat, cattle is very well deserved to be applied, because here you have Tyler Perry talking about celebrating the diversity in Hollywood, but being worried that the people who are getting these jobs due to this diversity push are probably not ready for the job. And it's pot, meat, cattle because this dude is a prime example of being put in a notable position, but you can clearly tell by his direction and how a lot of his projects look and sound and the way that they're acted, that clearly he should still be on the chilling circuit, of the stage plays and working on his craft. Because he's done so many shows, so many movies, and when he's at the helm of it, they've been utter garbage.
Now I think we can all agree that Tyler Perry has put out some trash. He might have put out a couple of okay or a couple of solid productions, but some of his stuff has been either the story, the writing, something has been trash. The wigs in one of them. The wigs were awful in one of them. But he's talking about diversity as far as if you're doing the quota filling. If you do the quota filling type of diversity, it's going to lead to people that are untrained, unskilled, that are just being pushed to the forefront because of some characteristic traits, skin color, gender, something of that nature. And people need the time and talent needs to be essential. It can't just be something about skin color, hair color, gender, sexuality. It can't be that if you want to make solid art, and which is a reasonable argument to make. I mean, it's funny for him to make that argument because he's criticized so much for talent and not having anybody in his writer's room, just doing everything himself. So allowing people to develop skills, it's kind of difficult when you don't allow anybody in your writer's room. You don't.
Are we sure that's his take? Because I thought when he was talking about starting his own studio, he was talking about how he often gives people their first shot into the industry as Black producers and makeup and set. So I would feel like he's just saying that like my quality may suffer because I'm being so I'm giving these people a chance where they get no chance. The quality of my stuff is not gonna be the same. It's gonna be lower because they need space to learn.
It's gonna go down and be diluted.
I feel like that's what he said before. Like he understands that maybe his hair and makeup people aren't the best because these are people who literally can't get a shot in the industry. So isn't that what he's saying? Like just expect lower
I get what
quality.
you're saying. Like that, I'm not even trying to like be. It's not even about him. Like just the idea itself. Yeah. Like that is true. He does get a lot of unknown talent and push them. So like I'll give him full credit there. I'm not trying to diminish him in any way on that side. He does get a lot of people. But then there are other ways where he does hold back. Like, again, he was doing all of his productions, all of the writing, and not hiring writers. So, like, like all things, there's double-edged swords. Well, he'll help promote and develop people over here and help them develop their time and talent, get their reps up. Then in other places, he's not allowing it where he could. So, I mean, that's a mixed bag, and I'm not trying to judge him on that. But as far as the diversity hiring, do we push is there an agenda to push people above the quality of their skill? So Marcus, Bree, I know Bree getting tired. I'm running her ragged. Do you believe
I'm not tired. It's just that time of day for me. 3 o'clock is like my worst hours. I will go to sleep if I'm not doing anything.
Gotcha. So do you believe there is a woke agenda? And is it good, bad, or ugly? Bree, and then I want to hear you, Marcus. All right, I kind of already feel like I know where you are with the woke agenda. But go ahead, Bree.
Yeah, it's a woke
agenda. Don't you dare put me in a box.
There is a woke agenda. I think it was obviously made necessary. So like with pendulums and energy, it's like if it's so repressed for so long, they're going to make a wild swing over and then eventually we'll find a balance. So right now, I do think it's a little like people are still figuring out what wokeness really looks like. And there are going to be mistakes when it comes to that. And then I think we'll find our space.
What about you, Marcus?
Yeah, there is. I'm not going to lie and cap, in front of y'all. There is agendas being run and it's all about feeding into everyone's demographic to get the most money from everybody. If you're coming from a business aspect and a global empire aspect, I'm not saying I'm playing devil's advocate, but it makes sense why they would do that, right? So not only is it for the rainbow community, not only is it for the straight community, it's for the transformer community, right? Just to keep it YouTube friendly. And let's say there's a community for the Comic-Con fans, and there's a community for the elderly retired people. You want to make sure you fit an area where they all can put and buy a ticket, buy subscriptions, buy streaming services, the banners, the propaganda, go to the stores, whatever it is, right? Billington Co-Factories, Ross, Marshalls, something for everybody, right? Walmart, Costco, something for everybody. And so at the end of the day, I mean, that's what it comes down to is money and also bending the knee. It is what it is.
I do think there are agendas. I think there are just so many different agendas that they all get lumped into like the liberal agenda that everybody's trying to get pushed for the same reasons in the same way. But I think a lot of it, though, I think you guys have identified it. A lot of it is just money. And the second thing I think is what Bree talks about, like that virtue signaling. Like either one or the other, it's money or virtue signaling or trying to get money from virtue signaling. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of overlap. But then there's also the push for representation. Because those groups also do want to see themselves. So I think it's like a multi-variable thing that's going on.
It's kind of like a hydra, kind of like a monster, like a multi-headed monster dragon. So you have that, and then you have the numbers, you have the votes, you have the fans, you have the likes, the views, the supporters. So that all correlates and lumps into that. So
from a desire to provide people more than they might deserve so that we all start on equal playing fields.
Yeah. And I don't even think we need to have equal playing fields, but I do think we should. I think we have enough, and this is my partial socialism argument. I think there's enough resources in the United States where we could reasonably have a basic standard of living that people just don't fall below, like food, clothing, shelter. Like I'm thinking like a very basic. I ain't even gotta say we gotta provide health care. But I think we could really provide a better version than we're like not the welfare. There needs to be some kind of, it would be a welfare, but not the way we're doing it. There needs to be an even-handed distribution across anybody that just can't maintain, but there also needs to be a mechanism to groom people to be better than they are. It can't just be like you can just stay there and then pass off your housing voucher or your welfare to your children when they come of age. That's
funny.
Y'all really harping on this unskilled labor. Y'all can be mad about it. So a lot of people work unskilled labor jobs. It's all right.
I get it because Nova made the point about the blue collar, white collar, but it's the there's a connotation when you say unskilled that there's a connotation, but I understand what you're talking about. The Summer also pointed it out that they're talking about like credentials, like collegiate.
Yeah, low barrier to entry. Like you could be really just like leave high school and just go work this job. You don't need any extra training, nothing like that. You can just learn on the job. Unskilled labor.
You want to
let it burn.
Now listen, Doria. I know you be no contexting, but you gotta be careful. It's a child's property. So using that word, I don't think you mean that predator. I think
at first I thought about the alien. I was like, huh?
Yeah, I was thinking he's saying alien, but you can't put them two together in a sentence. You're gonna be out here getting flagged.
Got to be a little careful.
Right.
If you provide that standard of living at the expense of other nations' people, then you're just plain old nationalist. At the expense of other, how would it be at the expense of other nations' people? I mean, because I think we produce enough on our own.
Yeah, but I think Nova, what they mean is the fact that like the UN, the NATO, and all that kind of stuff, they have their hands in other people's economies.
Well, yeah,
and there is a trade and stuff. Yeah, so I think maybe that's what they mean. I could be wrong, but
yes, Black Panther was a good one.
Has to feel natural. Yeah, Eternals felt definitely forced. There were parts of Black Panther.
Y'all didn't like that? I kind of like that movie.
Did you? I had to watch it the second time because the first time
I just liked it because of the diversity of. I just liked it because of the diversity of abilities of people. That's why I liked it, I guess.
Yeah, it was diverse. It was very diverse.
It was, and then they had that weird sex scene.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did y'all catch who that was talking to Jon Snow at the end of the post credits? Did y'all watch the post credits scene?
I think I did.
I can't.
When he goes for the sword, guess who he's talking is Mahershala Ali, Blade.
Oh yeah, Blade.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I do want to see that.
We still haven't got a trailer for that movie, by the way, and they pronounced like 3 or 4 years ago.
And yes, Nova, that's why they mad. They don't like me because I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna call a thing a thing. And
tell Clyde, tell Bree, 80K ain't no way.
That's like Nova. It's okay. They be mad at me. I'ma still call a thing a thing.
But you're not calling the thing a thing. You're calling the thing what the system told you to call it. Because the person is not unskilled. We've all acknowledged that they have a skill
around here, Rashawn.
Okay, hey, go ahead. Speak capitalism.
We speak American over here. I'm just using. How you shaming me? Using the proper terminology so that my communication is clear. That's what's wrong with y'all.
What is proper? See, now we got to determine what proper is.
The agreed upon.
Nah, I'm not agreeing. I'm not agreeing.
You ain't
She's
got-
basically
you're,
using the Webster's dictionary. So
you're
that makes
in
sense.
delusion, sir.
I want language that humanizes people. Men, women, children all need to be humanized. I don't want them to be a product that are unskilled. It takes a skill to tie your shoes.
So my
That's
not
toddler can do
skillful.
skilled labor now.
If there
It's
was
not
a
a
job,
skill.
people
Tying your
tie-
shoes isn't a skill.
they be skilled.
Look, they get mad
I know.
again. Jack get wrapped. up.
Golly, now he's
Talking
killing
about
a million Iraqis.
What?
Golly, what's
Yeah.
In exchange for
Taking
taking
USD.
the
Okay, so there
USD
you
to
go.
oil.
Americans with savings account rich. I'd say that's
Yeah,
not.
we global. It's
Yeah,
global, baby.
that's not what I'm advocating for. I'm talking about like, well, let's say we make some tires here in the United States of America and we sell those tires, and a portion of that goes into a fund that helps people
do
in the United
right,
States.
do blue collar. Yeah, drag him over because I
Yeah,
can't.
we speak American. Who
Yeah,
y'all?
get 'em
I want to know
over.
who their mamas are. That's what I want to know. Not who are they. I want to know who their mamas is. I gotta meet their
There
mamas.
you go. Let's see
What
what
you talking
happens for
about?
why
You
you
be
trigger
dating
the
American-
trigger the chat. No, Bree.
I enjoy
the chat.
triggering the chat. Y'all need to be triggered. Somebody need to tell y'all. Unskilled. You don't like high skill, go get skilled. Go get good and be quiet because you're
No,
unskilled.
but I actually don't really have much of a problem with collar work. But blue and white, I do have a problem with because a blue collar worker. I don't know too many people that only wear blue collars.
This
And
is
white collar,
so-
it might also have some kind of racial connotation because
This
it is
so
the
woke.
higher collar.
This so
So-
woke.
I think we should have some language. I think it's okay to
Who
have.
who
some
started the
language.
word woke? I don't know who started that word woke.
I don't know.
It
I feel
started
like the
with
whole
black-
tips did.
Yeah, it did.
Ho-tips, right?
It did. It started with people saying, "I'm not like I'm not asleep. I'm woke." It's like like red pill. Like I'm awoke. I'm awakening to the reality of the world.
He's talking about
Gotcha.
It
collars.
started off a good thing, but now it's a bad thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that
Talking about you didn't feel
sponsorship.
shit.
Two chopsticks,
Yeah,
get
so-
good. Stop whining on the internet about being broke. Get good. Skillshare and Udemy offer courses that can help.
I can't stand Bree.
I'm trying to get
Unskilled labor.
tired of getting turned
Nova.
down because you make $22K a year. Take a course on Udemy, learn coding, and then you can, not be unskilled anymore.
Jesus, y'all so hateful.
We're not
Why-
hateful. Why does this feel
Listen.
like an attack?
Now listen. Now hold on.
He need a hug.
Why
Rest in
Why
your
can't-
masculinity, Arshawn.
can't we come somewhere away from the dehumanizing versions of capitalism?
Bree
Why do
responding
you
your
feel like
femininity.
why do you feel like it's dehumanizing? You need to ask yourself, how does that term make you not feel like a human? Because I feel very much human still.
Yeah, the people who are at the top always feel human, but
I'm
the
not at
people
the
who are
top.
being called
Oh
unskilled,
man. Oh man.
who are being called unskilled, don't like that term.
So you don't have to like it. You still unskilled.
They're not unskilled. We literally, you agree with me that they have skills. They have skills.
You have the
Hey,
skill to
Arshawn,
be very
do you have-
mediocre.
Arshawn, do you think a
That's-
person that's able to run a podcast and be able to communicate with people is a skill or a stream?
That's the skill.
It's
Absolutely.
a skill a lot of these podcasts
Communication's
don't
a
actually
skill.
have. See, and somebody also needs
Burn.
It's a skill.
Is
There are-
is it a skill to have a person that made those headphones you're wearing or that mic that Bree is using? That's a skill, right?
That's a skill.
Not necessarily.
Well, oh, wait a minute. Oh, now it's a
Because
civil
if
war.
a robot is putting it together and you just overseeing it,
Who made the
you don't
robot?
have-
Whoever made the robot,
the
is that
person
made
who
considered a
the
skill?
robot has the skill, not you. Everybody can't be. What's like?
I'm not saying
It's-
everybody. I'm just saying in the parameters that I made. The
Here we
you
go.
know.
Hold on. We about to high definition. Shout out to Yellow.
Oh,
We're gonna define a skill.
Webster's dictionary.
The ability to do something well or expertise.
oh okay.
Synonyms are expertise, skillfulness, expertness, adaptness, adroitness, deftness.
How many
So-
hours does it take to be an expert?
As a verb, to skill is to train a worker to do a particular task. So if you can do a particular task and you can do it well, you have an expertise in that task. You are skilled.
How many hours does it take to be an expert?
No, and then we're gonna go by hours.
No, how many hours does it take to become an expert at something? You don't become it. You can't be an expert.
It could take a plethora of
Oh,
hours.
Jesus.
That's fair,
Okay.
right?
Oh, Jesus.
Right. So they talking about
That's
point of
fair.
entry into
God.
said job is what determines its skill
I was
cap.
supposed to say Miss Entry while
Okay, it's the entry point into said
Oh, God.
job is where we're
It's still
defining
in
it
the
from.
6.
Thank you, Priscilla. Y'all can get this dragon. I'm gonna tell you what your mama wouldn't tell you.
Oh, gosh.
Everybody
No,
can't be good, and you might not be good at everything, and that's okay.
That's fair. That's actually a fair statement, I think, in my opinion.
yeah, and I understand. What I'm saying, though,
10,000
Nova,
hours. Thanks, two chopsticks.
the person or the labor, what I'm saying is that the label is not accurate because they have a skill. I understand that that's the label we gave it. Like if we called a man a watermelon, if society all agreed that a man should be called a watermelon,
Hmm.
I understand. We would all say watermelon. Hey, Marcus is a watermelon. We would all say it. But we also have a
I'm
watermelon
getting hungry
to
now.
compare Marcus to, right? So we have a watermelon that comes from the ground, and then we have Marcus. They're clearly not the same. So we
So
have a
juicy.
person that we have a person that's unskilled, or a laborer that's unskilled, like somebody that
Mhm.
stands there and holds a sign, right? That's unskilled. You don't have to have a skill to hold a sign. You just need to have hands and a gripping ability.
Hold on, but if that sign holder can dance and move and stuff, is
Yeah,
that
they be
skill?
spinning them
Not,
little signs.
not all
man.
of them. I'm saying all they gotta do.
Oh,
is
no,
make
I'm
loud-
saying for those who can dance and make the moves.
Let me get this out though.
Oh, my
Let me
bad,
get
my
this out.
bad.
They
Let me
got
rest
a
my
sign.
masculinity. My bad.
We're just hanging around their neck. We're just hanging a sign around their neck. They just gotta stand there. That's not a skill. A person, their labor is to stand there with the sign hanging from their neck. Then we have somebody operating equipment in a hospital and buffering the floors. There's a difference in skill level. I think we can say that. Now I understand the labels. We're talking about the labels. No, it's not accurate. Then call it a low barrier of entry work, not unskilled work. Say unbarriered work. Like, see what I'm saying? Like you have to use
Entry level work. I got you.
entry level. There are other words we can use. Is all I'm saying. The label is inaccurate, and you're
Protect the
fighting
feelings. I got you.
right. Protect the feelings because it's inaccurate. One, you have to do all this gymnastics to make it fit. It describes work that has low barrier of entry. Where does that talk about skill? And whose skills easily transfer to other industries? No, they don't all easily transfer because somebody that can buffer a floor cannot easily go and work the fry machine. They're not transferable.
No, but I think that's the difference with like when you have a skill, it can be transferred because usually it's some training, extensive training, a lot of hours put into it. So it's actually a skill that you carry yourself. It's not a skill like the skill is yours. Like you have a skill that you spend hours outside of
Dorian
on the
said
job
flipping
training
burgers.
that you've spent outside of a job title cultivating, and then you take that into a job. That's where the skill is being assigned from. If you can learn it on the job, it's related to the role at the job, and the job can teach you that. But if you went to school outside or got a training outside of before you were ever employed, you've gained a skill that you carry. You carry the skill. You don't learn it on the job. You carry the skill.
Okay.
From job
So
to job.
if I learned to work a buffering machine and took that to the job, would that then become a skill?
What job would
Because
you
there are vocational schools. There
that's-
are vocational schools. There are
Right,
vocational
like carpentry isn't like if you were a carpenter, that's
Yeah.
not an unskilled labor.
schools. Right.
HVAC, AC
Yeah, that's not
engineering.
unskilled labor. Yeah, just because it doesn't require a degree doesn't mean it's unskilled, but it's a skill you would have before you get
What's the
job.
difference between a certification and a degree? I always wanted to ask that
No,
question.
listen. Hold on, because see, y'all, it's so weird that y'all doing this. Like, it's so weird that y'all doing this. Like, listen, y'all saying it's not all these skills are non-transferable, right? So an engineer that works at Boeing cannot work and do any engineering anywhere else.
No.
Like, there are no other places. He's like, look what he does in.
Oh,
Where do I take my degree in specialization? McDonald's? Are you trying to tell me there's
That's
nothing
fair.
like at Halliburton? There's
Good
nothing
point,
at,
Nova.
there's nothing at Texaco. There's nothing at like BP. There are no other places that your engineering degree could be useful. It's got to go to McDonald's. Like that's what I'm saying. Like there are mental gymnastics being done here to try to differentiate. Now the skill level is far different between an engineer and somebody that can work some equipment. It's a vast difference between somebody that can build an engine and that can work a buffering machine. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with saying that the skill gap is immense. and that the learning process is much longer and more detailed and involved. I'm cool with all of that.
Go for it, Kawhi.
But what I'm saying is we're trying to say that these things don't translate, but somebody that works in one industry, no matter how high the skill gap is, no matter how high the skill level is, psychiatry, if you can do psychiatry for this agency, you can do it in another state. Things are transferable, no matter how small it is.
I wasn't commenting on it. I think it's the perspective in which you're looking. Like I said, when you say if somebody is skilled or unskilled, it's simply a matter of, do they carry a skill that is required to get the job? Do they carry a skill that is the requirement for employment? That's where it comes from. So like as a nurse, I can't learn nurse on the job. I can't learn that on the job. I have to have a skill. No, I have to have a license. I have to have a skill that I cultivated outside of the job as a condition of employment. That's where it comes from. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yes, you can learn on the job training to gain a skill, but the term unskilled labor actually comes from the status of yourself as a requirement of the job. You have to hold a skill. You have to be an expert or have a lot of hours put into gaining a skill as a condition of employment.
Okay.
So
what we're actually talking about is expertise or credential, because you're talking about some kind of certification, which a certification does not actually, again, that's what I'm talking about, the accuracy. I'm talking about precision here. So I'm being pedantic. I'm being granular. So what we're actually talking about is not actually the skill, because skills can be taught and gained on the job. Like, I'm sure even nurses, there are some things that they've forgotten and they have to have a refresher course while they're on the job, or there's something that you learn on the job, a specific that comes out, equipment, that a new emerging technology, and you have to learn the new equipment on the job to service the clientele that comes in. So what I'm saying is each individual task and the skill that's required to perform the task can be learned on the job, or they also wouldn't be able to teach you in a classroom either. Like, either it can be taught or it can't. So if it can be taught in the classroom, it can be taught on the job as well. I see you shaking your head no. What can be taught in the classroom that cannot be taught? Because people have the ability to speak. People have the ability to write. That happens in the classroom.
That's because you're talking about labor. I think anything that's labor intensive, you can learn through doing, because it's labor. But like I said, like when we're talking about skilled labor versus unskilled labor, it's usually like, for instance, being a nurse isn't just like, oh, you can go and give a shot. You know how to take a blood pressure. You know how to do that. It's not the actual hard skills just themselves. Right. It's also school of thought. It's the process. It's the protocols. It's the understanding the mechanisms behind biology as well. And you can't learn that on the job. So it's outside. It's a lot of outside trainings and things that you have to develop before you even develop the skills. Like the job training, you learn. You become a resident and you learn that. But that's not. You still have to have the conditions, the skills, the soft skills had to be employed. So when they're saying unskilled labor, it's just like, like a teenager could come in. They don't have to have the skill of whatever, because a lot of like what you're talking about is the hard labor, like the things you do to learn. But a lot of the skilled labor, white collar or skilled labor, has philosophies and protocols and other stuff that you can't learn on the job. So you have to come in with that stuff. And so I think that's really the difference. It's just the soft stuff that you have to know that you can't learn on the job. You have to come with. And that's why it's
and this is like an example of what I was talking about with the rigid thinking and the flexible thinking. Because again, like what I'm hearing from you and Nova is that there's a system already built in, and that the only way we can think about it is the way that we understand it. What I'm saying is, within the current structure, because of capitalism, nobody would be trained and taught on the job. They want you to come in with a certain level of, you got to hit the ground running. I get that. What I'm talking about is the actual methodology of teaching a philosophy or an ideology. That stuff actually does happen on the job as well. Anybody that's in a workforce, you do learn culture. You do learn specific philosophies. Maybe you didn't understand it. The system isn't describing what you're describing, though.
Yeah,
I'm not exactly sure.
Some of that stuff you can't learn.
When we say system, I think we're even talking about different things. That's why I'm trying to figure out exactly what you guys are saying.
You can't, like, I can't learn that stuff on the job because then I would be actually unable to perform the job.
I get what you're saying. Because you're talking about in literal real life, if we plug somebody in right now today, would they able to perform all the jobs without having learned it first? No.
So I'm not talking about it.
So what? Okay, explain again, please.
I'm talking about, like you said, yeah, you could probably learn the philosophy and some of that stuff, that intangible stuff on the job, right? But in some job, like for instance, like a software engineer, or for me being a nurse, I can't afford to learn that stuff on the job. I have to come in on day one knowing that stuff.
Yeah,
I have to come in day one knowing that stuff, or somebody will die.
Because that could be someone's life.
Things that, like, you could learn on the job. Yes, you do get better at it on the job, but you cannot come in on day one not knowing that stuff. You can't learn it over the course of the job.
Right. So that's what I just said a moment ago, and you told me no. So you guys are talking about real life and plugging somebody in real time. That's not what I'm talking about.
This is never going to end.
Right. Because even when I say what they're saying, they're like, no.
Okay.
I know we're stuck in a disagreement cycle. I get that.
I think the best example is kind of like a firefighter or a paramedic, right? So they have to do things before to get ready, to get their mind, their physical body, procedures, all that stuff to run into it before they go into a burning building, before they go into an ambulance and stuff. So I get what Bree is saying.
And I get what they're saying. I get what Nova's saying. That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah. I understand what they're saying because they're talking about from a practical standpoint. I was having a thought experiment. Like, I was saying that there is nothing that happens in one space that can't happen in another space, especially space that the activity actually takes place. Like, practical learning, practical knowledge is better than theoretical knowledge. So in a thought experiment, a person can learn just as well on site as they could in a classroom environment. In fact, actually seeing the thing happen might actually be more beneficial to learn there than in a classroom where all you have is a textbook. So idealistically, not in USSR, Nova, in somebody's mind, you can learn. A person can learn in spite of the venue. It doesn't have to be at Oxford. They can learn in wherever. They can learn on premise. So I'm not saying in practical real life, if I put Bree in a nurse's station and she had never had any nurses training, I'm not saying that will work out. I'm saying a person has the ability to learn. So tethering the word skill to what knowledge or expertise you bring in, knowing that you could be taught, because some people do have orientations and trainings. So it would just be a deeper skill requirement, and nobody wants to pay that. Practically, nobody wants to pay the skill development portion, which is why they offload it to universities or schools. I understand that. But in the thought experiment, I'm saying a person could learn and get the skill on the job, on the premises, right there. So what you're saying is not that they don't have any skill, because those higher skills could be taught because they are taught somewhere else. So that what we're actually saying is not the skill. I'm still arguing about the skill thing.
So you're having a philosophical debate. You having a philosophical debate. If someone can gain a skill, and I'm just talking about literally the concrete terminology.
Because the accuracy of the word hinges not upon the actual skill. The accuracy of your word hinges upon their credentials coming into the space. So that's why I know.
I think we're arguing apples and oranges. I think
Rashawn was having an idealist debate, and I was literally talking about pragmatic.
Yeah, apples and oranges type thing.
Because we were having a different argument. That's what I was trying to get to. Because in the real world, what I'm saying doesn't make sense. Capitalism will not allow somebody to come in and be taught.
Yeah, it don't exist.
They're going to have you take out loans to learn what you need to do on my job. That's the real world. But what I'm saying is that doesn't mean you're unskilled. The unskilled, what they're talking about is you're uncredentialed. You didn't get the paperwork that says you already learned this stuff coming in. So it's not the skill, because you can go and get that credential and never have learned anything.
You can go to trade school and get a certificate.
I know idiots with masters. Like, I know full-blown people with bachelors that know nothing in their field. They know nothing from their field, but they have the degree. They don't have retention. They don't have comprehension. They were able to get through classes. They had help getting through classes. They cozied up to some professors and got better grades. Certain things, even in the white collar sector, people are incompetent. We have examples of no matter how high you go, there's some incompetent person, no matter what their credentials are. They did not ascertain the aptitude to be called skilled. They failed. Things fell apart. They broke down. They ruined the business. All kinds of examples. We all know practically that we know that stuff happens. So what we're not actually talking about is skill, which is why I argued the accuracy of the word skilled, unskilled. We're actually talking about a credential, because the credentials don't mean that you're actually skilled. Bree talked about nursing and doctors. We know how many people have come through nursing and doctors coming out with all those soft skills that Bree said, but they have piss poor temperament. They can't handle the workload. They can't deal with clients. They can't find veins, malpractice because they did something stupid. They're drunk on the job. So we're not actually talking about the level of the skill. We're actually talking about the level of their credentials.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Is being a master video game player, is that a skill?
There are skills required to play video games. Absolutely.
Is it a skill to be a chess player?
There's skill to that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
I understand.
they don't want
like I said,
skills. They want paperwork.
It's a philosophical debate. So I mean, if that's the conversation you have, and he's having a
She's
feeling,
not letting that go.
no,
I
he's
know.
having a
He wants
feeling.
to be
This is like
philosophical.
how the word feels. This is where we talk about
Feels before reels.
the undercurrent, the connotation of the word, and how that lands on people, and like this is the debate Rashawn is having. So now that I understand it, I mean, I really don't have much pushback to it because I understand that's where he coming from.
And
So,
I'm in
yeah, I don't have
USSR.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
in
have much,
Soviet
but you know,
period.
I'm not really an idealist either. So
Yeah.
that's also why I don't have a lot of pushback because I don't typically function from. But I can go philosophical, like I can have a philosophical conversation, but I generally don't. I'm listening because it's interesting because I think this is like part of the mental gymnastics Black people play, and they do word magic on themselves a lot.
But that's the weird. It's so funny though, like
Ouch.
that you say that. It's so funny that you say that because to hold on to some of these terms, you have to do word magic too.
No, I was just really literally using the accepted
The label
term
that was
when we're
handed to you.
talking
Exactly.
about.
That's what I'm saying.
No, because of the conversation we were talking about this man that make $22K a year at 35 years old, and I was saying he is an unskilled laborer because he making 22K. He's an unskilled laborer. So that's all I was talking. I was just talking about y'all and people in chat like y'all ain't never heard this term. I could tell because I was not even using it as a dig. This is just the accepted term for a person who would be probably making that much. Even social workers make more. So I was just using the term to, I thought, clearly communicate what I was talking about. But I clearly, because it landed away, everybody went into to another side, and that's why Nova is raging. But I understand this is what Black people do.
You're Black.
Black men do, yeah. But this is
then you had a Black man. Oh my God, you're so misunderstood.
Wait a minute. Bree is Black? I am shocked.
Not for long.
Wait, what do you mean not for long? You can sell that?
Just be like,
oh shit!
I'm going on the island by myself.
Arshawn, you are off the island.
Hey, listen,
Rashawn,
I've been off a lot of islands. I'm not worried about it.
No, you like Castaway right now. You like Tom Hanks with that
so
beach
see,
ball.
I said what I said was originally in the context. I established the worldview I was speaking from. It was rejected adamantly because of a feeling, which is a valid feeling. But it was
a slimy
rejected, even though I
bastard.
clearly established what worldview I was speaking from and what space I was speaking from.
Mm-hmm.
So I
think this comment was made for you, though, right, Arshawn? This comment was made for you.
It was made for me. So I just want to be clear, though, that it was nothing about Bree. Bree used the word, but it was not about Bree. So none of that landed on you. But no, yes, I agree. It was made in the context of economics. But in my response, I also said that the word, how we use it, in our
Mhm.
current system of economics is inaccurate to the definition of the words that we're using. I said,
Right.
but I accept that that's a label. And I gave an example of Marcus being a watermelon. And that we can use a label that is not accurate. I
Right.
accept that we can use a label that's not accurate, especially
it's
when we have
accepted.
the accurate example to hold it up against. So that was I'm saying in our current economic system, we use inaccurate labels such as social justice
You could have
warrior
used the mango
as a
instead of watermelon.
derogatory term. So social justice warrior actually should be positive. Social, the people, justice, which is a positive ethic or a virtue, and a warrior, somebody who fights for or champions the justice of the society. That should be a good thing, but it's become a derogatory label because it's used inaccurately. So words have meaning, we keep saying in this space, and even in our current economic climate, connotation, absolutely, context. So if we're going to use inaccurate labels, we should, as astute learners, should be able to call that out, identify its inaccuracy, accept it as a commonly used label, and move forward. So I was simply trying to argue its inaccuracy, not that it's not the label.
So would you prefer for me to say the term that's less dehumanizing? Even though you understand what I mean, but is that what the resolution would eventually be of me having my term, but understanding that it has a connotation that's negative and why people... No, I'm just asking, not in this conversation. I know we don't need, but I'm just saying, like, because this is a learning moment. Like, this
Snowball keeps bringing the Soviet shit.
No, but I'm saying this is the
accepted
term. This is the established term, and the established term already has a very specific meaning. And I've said that I was meaning it in the specific way. But
are those YouTube buzzwords what Nova's using?
There's connotations and there's things that make people feel away when you say it. So it would be better for the emotional and intent and impact part to use a different term that's more accurate, because people who could feel away, they could feel like it's dehumanizing. Would you say that that's the accepted?
I don't know that
response?
We need to go to that extreme. Like that's like even when we're like going back into the relationship space.
But why is it an extreme?
That's not an extreme.
But it is an extreme because people feel extremely about it. So anytime people feel extremely about it, it becomes an extreme.
Okay.
Like the window gets shifted based on how people feel and perceive a thing. So I'm with you there, Bree. But what happens a lot of times in these spaces, because like we talk about the virtue signaling. People give a lip service to it. It's like, yeah, I care about how you feel until I actually have to hear your feelings. So what we actually need to do is actually just listen, because people just a lot of times want to be heard, understood. Oh, I understand your perspective, and validate.
Sean, let me use Will Smith as an example.
See, like Marcus can't even listen. Like Marcus can't even listen and allow me to finish my sentences.
God damn, it's because you're going on a tangent, my bad.
God dang. So like, and then validate that I heard you, I understand, and I see the perspective you're coming from. Right. And then the person they've offloaded their feelings about the thing, and they can accept the inaccurate whatever. But go ahead, Marcus, please go ahead.
I apologize for interrupting you, you Soviet commie bastard. But I was gonna say this. Do you think Will Smith was virtue signaling or doing what he had to do as a husband?
You talking about the slap?
Yep. The fact that you have to call it the slap.
I don't think he was virtue signaling, no. Because if he was virtue signaling, he wouldn't have done it. So
depends on which virtue he's trying to signal.
Yeah, I protect black women, maybe. Then you would say maybe, but but I was just asking. I was asking more in the sense of you said how and clearly the chat had a reaction. Even Taking Home podcast is still saying it's subjective. It's not. But so moving forward, should I then use the word no, I'm not saying you pushing it on me, but this is like, because when we having a woke conversation, this is kind of how it happens. There's generally accepted things. There's a group of people saying, I understand that. But then when you say it, there's these undertones and connotations beneath them that make this group feel away. So then each party has to now decide, well, do I still keep using my technical term? Or do I consider the feelings of people who may be impacted by that technical term? And that's all I'm pointing out, because we're having a conversation about wokeness, that I think that's how we end up in a lot of these places where you have a group saying, I don't really care what you say it means, that it feels this way to us because of history, because of connotations, undertones, blah blah blah. And then each party has to then decide, okay, well, going forward, if I'm speaking to this person, do I want to like the submission thing you say, like, why keep using it if the people you're trying to have a conversation with give a reaction to it every time you say it, you know?
No, I actually do. This is a good entry point to what we were doing. Thank you for the bits. Nappy Locks coming through with 100 bits. Appreciate you, Nappy Locks, man, for real. But this is a good entry point to what we're. Yeah, it's coming full circle because why I say no, and I keep shaking my head no every time you say should I augment my language. That would be like saying no, we should get rid of Hallie and bring in somebody with red hair, because somebody has a strong reaction to what was said or done doesn't mean we automatically need to change. I think that goes back into the performative wokeness or the virtue aesthetic. I don't want to hurt any feelings, so let me just appease them. I'm not saying that's what needs to be done. I'm saying that whoever has the feeling should be listened to. Like the people who are saying, no, the actress, it should be a redhead. We should listen to them. Find out what their reasons are. Oh, you identify with Ariel the redhead. I can understand why you might be offended. I can understand why you might have hoped to see yourself reflected again in the live action. But don't you think, then a rebuttal, don't you think we also might want to have some of those same feelings of participation and inclusion? Well, yeah, that makes sense because it meant so much to me in my childhood. Maybe it would mean something to you. Okay, and then we can have a moment where we have some understanding, even if we don't agree, that it should still take place. So you don't have to augment your language unless you're intentionally trying to get a message across that you want to remove all triggers from. So like that will be the only time you will remove that, because it's a barrier to communication, like the submission thing. Let me remove the barrier completely to get a different message across. But if your message is that, like today, your message was that, like, no, we're talking about unskilled. That was the moment. We're talking about unskilled. Then that just needs to be communicated, and we figure out where the blockade was. It was a lot of us had a feeling about calling a person unskilled, a laborer unskilled, or their labor unskilled. And then I was just trying to unpack whether it was an accurate label or not. But you know,
what a feeling it was.
I enjoyed it. I like
Yo, Bree is petty as shit.
No, I enjoyed too. Rashawn is like, this is what we, but it's just, I was like, wow, what a feeling. But like I said, this is what y'all do. I'm sticking.
Is this a fair statement? Anybody can learn to be a good gardener, but nobody can become a great quantum physics expert. That's fair, right? Everybody can become a gardener, but not everybody can be a professional or expert in quantum physics, right?
We talking about in the realm of potentiality. Anybody can be anything, I guess.
Here we go.
Depends on what realm you're talking about. That's why I say I don't really get.
I'm just saying. I'm saying in a general skilled, quote unquote, unskilled labor. Too. Well, we go with the potentially bullshit. Here we go with the potentially bullshit.
Because let somebody just literally doesn't have the IQ to do it, but. That
in itself is high IQ skill.
Yeah, but also,
but nothing.
What IQ would you need to be able to be? We don't have a measurement for that. That's all I'm saying. Like we don't have a measurement for what IQ exactly it would take, because if we then had a measurement of like, okay, people below this IQ cannot do this. Cannot, then we can say there's some people.
So do you think everybody can be a surgeon, or potentially everybody can be a surgeon?
Potentially anybody could be a surgeon, unless maybe you don't have hands, but then they got the robotics.
But I would say here though, like to your question, Marcus, like we don't actually we had a conversation about love recently, and there are different aspects of love, but there's also different aspects of intelligence. Like there's spatial intelligence, like hand-eye coordination. There's like retention. Like there are so many things that goes in that will call somebody qualified or skilled or intelligent that it needs to be broken down. So maybe somebody became like Ben Carson was a brilliant surgeon, but he's an idiot in some other facets. He's a complete idiot politically. So like not every set of intelligence and skill translates over to other areas. Just because you're like Michael Jordan was a beautiful basketball player, greatest of all time, but he can't coach, and he's not a good president either. Like, so skill in one area doesn't mean that translates to other domains. So even the gardener may not be able to do astrophysics, but the astrophysics may struggle just as much to do any gardening. They just may not have that green thumb. They may not have the aptitude. So certain things do not translate. Everybody's intelligence does not reside in the exact same domain. But let me see. Got to go. Definitely Nova. Definitely love you, bro. Love you, bro.
I'm a quantifier, but if you're gonna make a judgment, I'm from the school of thought that to make judgments and firm conclusions, you have to have quantifiable things to measure them. And that could be because I've come from research. You have to be able to quantify things to be able to make hard, like judging, like even making a judgment about a person. There have to be observable, quantifiable things. So measuring intangibles, that's why I say in the world of potentiality, anybody could potentially be anything. But then when you put a standard as far as, well, this is required, now we can say, okay, with a firm stance, that some people will not be able to meet the
Where did y'all get your PhDs in wokenomics, by the way? Because I want to know what.
I feel like I'm definitely not in the woke side. Like,
okay, my bad. This is more for Arshawn.
More left. I'm more of a right-leaning person. Like, I'm more conservative, centrist. He's more left centrist. So.
Okay.
I'm really
Arshawn, where'd you get your master's, aka or bachelor's or PhD in economics?
I'm unskilled labor, sir. I'm unskilled. I'm unskilled.
Watch now. Arshawn's gonna say he's gonna call himself Pookie or Ray right now. No, that is not true. Where did you get? Where are you a doctor at? Did you go to UC Wokenomics University or some shit?
No, sir. I am unskilled streamer.
What Marcus is trying to do is give you a compliment for your ability. Debate
I appreciate that, but I want my label to be accurate today. I am unskilled. Matter of fact, let me say my name.
Here you go. Arshawn, some people say you're a dime, Arshawn, in these
I'm unskilled.
He gonna run with that and make a song out of it.
He an unskilled dime, but no, here we go. We're gonna have to have our fight, because me and you in this 22K Joe, I can sit here and argue with you to 10 o'clock at night about 22K Joe, and I know you ain't gonna let it go, and that's okay.
I love it.
That is okay. No, it's not.
I get all of the practical arguments that you and Nova make. I get and I appreciate and I respect.
You just reject them.
And thank you for the subscription, Nova. And I'm gonna tell you why, just real quickly, because I'm gonna have to get off of here shortly. The reason I reject them is because I know in this system, hierarchies are a part of the system, a part of nature. So there's going to be somebody at the bottom of the hierarchy, no matter what. I don't know who it is, and people may move around between the bottom and the next level, but they're not everybody can ascend to the top. There's not enough room at the top. That's how hierarchies are built. The system needs people, a stable base. There's always going to be people getting ground at the bottom, like the pyramids that the people do on the football field. There's going to be a base, and there's going to be more at the base than the top. So if you're already at the bottom, I don't feel okay telling people they can't look for love, because they're probably not going to get too much further. There's going to be a lot of people that stay at the bottom. Bree, there's going to be a lot of people that live their entire life at the bottom. Realistically. So it's not practical for me to tell somebody to abstain from all of the things that make life worth living. To keep trying to produce in a system that maybe they don't have the skill or aptitude to evolve and grow in. There's a lot. Even the army doesn't take about 10% of people because they just don't have the competence.
Right.
So if they can't excel, if they cannot ever ascend off of that basement level of the rung of society, we're going to tell them, no, you just wait until you die. Work until you die, because you don't deserve anything else in life.
No, nobody deserves anything.
But it's available and it's natural. And we're going to tell them to exercise a discipline, an unnatural discipline, to abstain from looking for love, relationship, and having children, because they didn't get the monetary, the unnatural thing, the thing we constructed. You didn't get enough money to have these natural things. And that's always going to be a problem. Like, philosophically.
Is there going to be a part 2 to this?
I'm gonna go live on my channel and drag Rashawn. That's what's finna happen, because I know he gotta go.
Is this gonna be on YouTube or Twitch, Kawhi?
Because Rashawn, Mr. 8 or 7 babies with one in the stomach, looking for a stepdaddy for her for her other
8 or 7 babies. What?
Ain't a suitable partner for nobody. But Mr. 22K get to be, You know.
Kawhi Bray, are you going to go on your YouTube channel or your Twitch live?
I don't know. I'm supposed to be gaming today, but Rashawn made me mad. So,
But no,
Damn.
let's have that conversation, because honestly, what I'm saying is,
and let me just
Even at
no. Wait. First, to be clear, she was choosing between 22K man and 80K man. She got 3 kids. She don't work. I said he is not. This is what I said. I said he is not a suitable partner for her. That's what I said. Now the men's is on my show was all hurt about it. Like, oh well, he'll get in there. You'll get him next time, partner. And I was just like, he might get somebody, but he ain't getting me. If I ain't got no job and I got 3 kids and I had a choice between a man making 80K who may be a cornball or whatever, I got to get this safety security for me and my babies, right? That was the actual argument. Now, I did not attack his character. I didn't say he didn't have a heart of gold, guys. Heart of gold. But he is just not going to be a suitable mate for some people. And I think a lot of people have a problem accepting that you might be a good person, but you may not also be a suitable mate for some people. And for her, I said he was not a suitable mate. It takes $16.6K a year to raise a child in the United States of America. He was not a suitable mate for a woman with 3 kids who don't work. Is she trash for not working? Yes, but that wasn't a part of the situation that was offered up. So that was what I said. Anyway, but I just wanted to establish what I said.
absolutely. And I agree with you on the suitability. Everybody should determine their own suitability. Unfortunately, though, as we've discussed, even with the lady with the peace, Simon, appreciate you, man. Peace, Simon. I think everybody has to determine their own suitability. But like we talked about a little earlier, I can't remember exactly which topic it was because we moved around. People are not good at determining their own suitability or the suitability for them. We're not good at making that judgment. For our judgment, our discernment, whatever it is, whatever mechanism that we critically think through obstacles and challenges in life, that's broken in people. So we can't determine like, well, I already have 3 kids with 2 different fathers. I should probably quit having children. But no, I'm up to 8 or 9. And like I said, it applies on the flip. The guy that has 16 kids, but because he makes enough money to give enough money to feed, I guess, and maybe clothe and diaper the children, he feels good about himself. But you can't afford to give them all appropriate time because you had them by 7 or 8 different women. So neither of those are suitable. Men or women, it's not about gender. It's about our ideology and our thought processes are broken. The 22K guy may not be suitable for a woman who wants a certain type of lifestyle. But if she herself was never going to ascend past that level of lifestyle, she should not remove herself from having love simply because she or him will never get past that lowest rung of economics. That's my stance. Like if neither of them are trying to ascend or have an aspiration to be higher, then find love because that's as much as you're going to get out of life. If you're not looking for success and travel and this and that and all the trappings of life, then love is about as much as you can hope for because they're already having kids. Like you said, she already got 3 kids. She's already got family. But what about love and cohesion and a stable family unit? That should be your aspiration.
I agree with you until you say stable because, you know.
But what are they already?
The Maslow's, I'm about to throw that pyramid at you.
But what are they already?
But
what is she already?
They're not going to have stability.
But you can have poor stability. Like relative. Stability is relative. Like again, she's already unsafe because she's already in the hood. She's not. We're not talking about a woman of means. She's already got 3 kids. We don't know how many children's fathers. We don't know what her situation is other than it's not stable already.
Right.
We already know it's unstable. So if he comes in, he can add a stabilizing force if he's a stabilizing force. But that comes up to her discernment. Can she choose a partner in her socioeconomic level that has some level of stability? That's harder. It's going to be more limited. But we also know no matter how much money you have, it doesn't make the man stable or suitable. So that's what I'm saying. Leveraging everything on the money for me is always going to be problematic because I know it doesn't solve the problem. We're talking about statistics, likelihoods. When we're talking about money, we start talking about likelihoods to a point. But then we know people's mindsets also get demented a little bit when they have too much money. Financial domination. I want to exercise options. So What we really need to talk about is people need to be able to discern character. They need to know how to identify people of integrity.
Right.
Like that is more reasonable, and that should be where we hang our suitability on. Because at whatever economic level you are, you can have a suitable partner if you know what to look for. I mean, that's what I'm saying. And that's, again, my thought experiment. Because in practicality, neither the person that's poor and has the 3 kids, nor the guy that's making $22K but has a good heart is likely to be a suitable partner. There's going to be some problem for either one in real life. So I mean, it's because it's a thought experiment. I allowed myself, like I started the show with, we should be able to flex our minds to see the range of possibility. We can't like getting stuck in one lane of thinking. I think like you keep saying, well, we're having a problem within the Black community. Having one lane of thinking is also a problem.
I think idealism is also part of the problem. Like, for instance, when we were watching Yellow Stream and the lady was on there talking, and then you start leaning into idealism and them intangibles, and it gets and then this is where some of this slippery slope comes in. So I do understand what you're saying, that like I said, in the situation, if she had a choice, like I just feel like, I feel about the babies, like, girl, you look, I know you want love and belonging and stuff, but you also got to make sure that security is on point, because you got these babies who got to eat.
Mm-hmm.
So when you start talking about your responsibility to your children as a woman, I feel like there starts to be a little bit less of how the butterflies you get in your stomach and the good feelings, and sometimes you do have a duty to your babies. So for me, I have a little less wiggle room to give you grace when you're in that space. But I do think sometimes that's some of the problems. Like, I think Black people lean too much into idealism. And now, once again, because we've had this conversation as well, if you're content, I'm actually more likely to say that you're also that increases your suitability, because a person who's content is going to be able to give love and receive love different than a person who's complacent. So if you content, I give more grace to you as well, if you're content. But if you're complacent and you're leaning into idealism to soothe your complacency, that's where I start to like really, I don't do that. And I think a lot of times the Black community does that a lot. It's happening a lot. So I understand what you're saying, but I also feel like realistically it's dangerous, because I think a lot of people aren't content but still lean into idealism.
I get you. I just want to also make it clear that it's not idealism what I'm talking about. I'm talking about blunt, ugly realism. The blunt, ugly realism of the fact is most people are not going to ascend. Like, that's idealism is for me. What you're saying is more idealistic. That these people, the person with the 3 kids and the guy with the 22K, that they're going to get good and they're going to improve their lives. Like, the outcomes of the United States does not show that people's trajectory is on that path. That to me is idealism. The realism is you're going to be right where you are because you are who you've proven to be. Your outcomes prove your worth. That's your value. Most people are not going to feel comfortable and improve. They're not going to be on the upward mobility track. That's not realistic. What's realistic is you're going to be right where you are and you're going to marginally move 3% a year. That's your trajectory. Just like the cost of living on and
it's higher
like wages and Social Security. Everybody's moving about 3% a year. That's your personal improvement is going to be about 3% a year, and it's not going to keep up with the demands of life. That's reality. And that's in that reality, I think people need to accept that you don't have much else to look forward to, because one, you don't have the capacity, nor do you have the will to improve your situation. So within your situation, you might be able to find some good feelings, because that's all you really got. To me, that's blunt realism. That's ugly realism.
That was kind of.
Yeah, that's not idealism.
I mean, it's true though. I mean, I do feel like that's how most people do end up. But once again, when we were in the situation now, but if that woman had the choice or the ability or the option randomly to somehow, like you said, for whatever reason, which we also know ain't realistic, this 80K man is trying to wife up this lady who don't work and got 3 kids or whatever.
Exactly.
But there's still if for whatever reason this happened, then I feel like she should, because of that reality. You should capitalize on the opportunity that has presented itself to you. Now, once again, maybe that's not gonna happen, but we don't know much about the lady. Much about her, but like I said, the fact that you got 3 kids, you ain't working, whatever. So for whatever reason, if that opportunity struck her, I think it would be wise, considering the trajectory of the average person, to capitalize on that.
I think it's more realistic if she only has 1 or 2 kids. I think that's more realistic.
Well, I don't necessarily think that a woman who got kids like couldn't get with a man who makes $80K. But a woman who doesn't work with 3 kids because of where she probably gonna be living and like all that stuff, I don't see that happening. But like, I know a lot of nurses and stuff who make good money, got 3 kids and date men around the same, so
Absolutely.
It's not the 3 kids that I think, it's just her not working with 3 kids. Like, we already know what her life looked like, kind of.
Yeah. Because the likelihood of a person having both access to somebody, like being in the vicinity to have the possibility of dating somebody that makes 22K and 80K, is either the online space where you're open to pretty much anybody,
right?
Or you're in some kind of weird place where you interact with people from different socio and economic backgrounds. Most people pretty much stay kind of in a lane, either kind of always around the hood, always around middle class, always around wealth. But people we don't really move around income levels like that. And I think even on the dating apps, people probably know how to look for language that codes towards their socioeconomic level. They look for linguistics, the way you use phrases and words that look familiar to them. So people don't really pop around
it ain't
economic class strategy. Yeah, it's not a whole lot of that.
It's not a lot of traveling up and down classes. Like, unless we start talking about this smash up and down thing, you're not gonna want to say it. But there's not a lot of traversing.
Yeah.
It's kind of classes in that way, like you said. We kind of already are classes in that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's really realistic. But Marcus, any last words? I'm gonna wrap this up.
I think this was a great conversation, and quote unquote wokeism, and I think y'all, one was more towards the right, one was more towards the left. I lean a little more always towards the right, just to be fair, but I have a few left. Maybe talking points, if that's what you want to say, but very few of those, more of the right. But that's just my perspective, and I think this is a great interaction. I think it was. Unskilled labor is something that I'm going to be using a lot because I'm just saying, because it's interesting, because like I get what people say when they say unskilled labor. It's like common sense, right? Like, everybody can learn how to mop and sweep and maybe, I don't know, take out the trash, I guess. But, when it comes to
say it on a panel full of men and see what they say.
Yeah, when it comes to like skill, like I just think maybe like the more advanced skills is something that's very a niche that's only for a small number of people, in my opinion, that can actually do it, And like I know for a fact I don't belong anywhere near chemists because I hate science. Even though I understand some of it, I hate some of this because like my mind just is like chicken brain. So, but other than that, I thought it was dope. Shout out to y'all. I haven't been on the panel with y'all in a bit. And it was pretty dope content. So just chill. Thanks. I like it. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Marcus. Now, Bree, real quick. I know we got to wrap up. When is your next event, stream, thing, whatever?
Ooh, what day is it? It's Thursday. Okay.
It's Thursday. So, I know you said you gaming today?
I might game today because I downloaded that Studio Ghibli game and I kind of want to play it, but then I kind of don't want to do it on stream. I don't know. Because y'all know I don't do tutorials and I'll be cussing and stuff. So I don't know. We're gonna see. I might start it and then play it on stream, but I might play something. But no, I have fun talking about this. I think my next scheduled stream is I'm thinking about I usually do Friday gaming now. So that's like a thing I've been doing. So tomorrow I'll definitely be gaming for like 4 or 5 hours. And I have been streaming it on YouTube and like Twitch. And then my next show is on Sunday, which is Otaku Talk with Twan. And then for those of people who are watching me who don't know my content, I have another channel, Kawaii Bree Can't Relate. And I stream my wife life advices where we talk about these kind of topics on my Kawaii Bree Can't Relate channel. And so that's on Wednesdays at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time with Shy Cutie. And we talk, some of the stuff we've been talking about is carryover from that channel. So make sure you follow Kawaii. I think you posted that one and my main channel,
I
right?
put them both in there.
Yeah, so if you follow that channel, you'll catch. And of course, if you're on Twitch, you'll catch all of my shows because I stream everything on Twitch. But no, I had fun. Thanks. I'm glad you streamed this on YouTube as well because we got some of the YouTube people over here. So this was cool.
No, it turned out pretty well. I think though, I would like to have the debate with you. I think we need to argue. I think we need to work through that idea of that anti-capitalist, like the knowing your value and having an uncomfortable about assigning a numerical value to somebody's work, like the 22K, like an unskilled, like all of these. I think they're all on the same. It's the same
wave. It's the uncomfortableness of your value being quantified. I think. Yep.
I think all of that is on the same through line because it all feels the same way to me. You know what I'm saying? All of it feels the exact same way. So I know there's probably. I'm sorry. What was that?
I said I can tell.
Excuse me.
I can tell. I can tell that it feels the same to you.
No. You can't. I'm telling you, it feels the same, but you can't.
No,
tell
I can glean from interaction. We talk all the time. Like I can glean.
I'm messing.
It definitely is. Look at you.
No. I did like, oh yeah, it's obvious. Like no.
Right.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, but yeah, no. See, I think we just need to have that argument and maybe get some other people involved in it because I think the same dynamic is playing through a lot of these conversations that happen to come around money or income or mobility. So maybe we just let's have an argument and like we did with the unskilled labor, like come to a understanding. I think we could do that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about Nova. He might get kicked out of school. But
hey,
Nova might not.
He said he had to turn his phone off. The professor getting mad. Like he was about to come up on the panel for the first time ever.
If y'all see Nova, give him a hug, man. We're gonna give virtual hugs to Nova in the Discord today. But nah, it's cool. Sure. I'm gonna let you close out. I'm gonna dip out. That way, if you raid, I can go wherever you send.
I only got one person on Twitch. I ain't raiding, but thank you, Bree. Okay. I appreciate you for coming. All right, everybody, we're getting ready to close out now. I really appreciate all of y'all for being here. I am the unskilled 22K Rashawn, y'all. But listen, that for some reason that really does spark something that irks me. There is something about there's something about capitalism and the ethic of it where people are kind of like numbered. They become a product. They become a value at all levels. It never stops bothering me. So that's the thing but we have to contend with it because we're in the system. We don't get to just magically remove ourselves from the system. So quantitative and qualitative, let's see it. We do have to have that understanding because it's not realistic to be in the system and not be able to work in it, like not being able to operate. It really doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. Like that we're born into it and either we're going to leave it or we're going to have to learn it. So, I mean, that's a conversation we do need to have. I think. Hopefully, I see a few of y'all agree. So, I appreciate y'all, everybody being here. I'm not rating out on Twitch. I think there was only one person left on Twitch. Now it's up to 3. I'm still not going to worry about it. I am going to head out with the theme song. So, if y'all like the theme song, stick around. I will play that, and then we'll close out. I hope y'all have a wonderful day. I don't know when I'll be back, but I will be back. And again, thanks to Kawaii Bree. I dropped both of her channels in the chat. Kawaii Bree Can't Relate for her general conversation and for her anime conversation. There was the other one, Kawaii Bree 123. It has a 4 here, but it's Kawaii Bree 123 for the culture. Appreciate you, Hanifa, for sticking around. Oh man, I can't wait. Friday, y'all. Oh my God, I'm gonna be driving, but I'm gonna be listening. Hanifa is trying to murder people with ideas. I promise you. She came for the Christians. This is an old poem. Like they came for the Jews and they came for the socialists and then they came for me. Hanifa is coming for everybody, y'all. Hide your sensitive people. Hide your rigid thinkers. Hide your dogmatic folks because Hanifa is coming to break down the walls. The breaker of walls. Hanifa, the breaker of walls. Oh my God. Listen. So make sure you tune into that Friday today at 6 p.m. Pretty soon, I think in about 30 minutes. Look for, I think my aunt has a stream coming on my aunt Speak. So check out my aunt Speak soon. And then check out Kawaii Bree when she starts her game stream. If she does that today on stream, look for that. Otherwise, check out for her Friday gaming. So, man, please check out these dope content creators. Simon's been putting out some good content. I think he might have stopped again, but he might have put a pause on it. But he was having some good conversations on his last channel. It was Perfectly Imperfect, but I'm not sure what it is now. But he can drop that in the chat. Please do. But everybody's been putting out good stuff. The Lord Ted and his streams. He's got some good stuff going on. His good conversation during his gaming streams. Wally, I'm trying to talk him into coming back. Go and check out Inya. InyasWorld.blogspot.com. Check out her blog. Support her content as well. Don't cost you nothing but your eyeballs. Just read a little bit. I know I went on my diatribe about supporting. Just give $1 to the people. Give it up. He said, "Oh no." So you quit? Did you give up? Are you still doing it? Is it on Simon? Is it Simon Hectic? Is it Perfectly Imperfect? What is it? What are you on now? I can't remember. So everybody, man, support the content creators. Do what you can. Whoever you watch consistently, persistently, whatever word you like to use, whoever you support, man, support them with your means and your substance. You can buy a coffee, man. Like they have buy a coffee. JP has buy a coffee. My Aunt Speaks has buy me a coffee. Support. You ain't got to pay the rent, but man, give them $1, give them a dime, give them a little bit. All right, y'all. I'm running out of steam. I need to go anyway. I got to be leaving here in about 20 minutes. I hope all of you have a wonderful day. Let me start the music. 2 chopsticks, man. Appreciate you again. And Nova renewed his sub. Appreciate the sub, man. All right, let me find that. I'm going to play something ignorant first. I got to. I feel the need to.
Bro, I told you they all busters. I told you they all busters.
All right. Real quick. I love that. Where is the other one? I'm sorry, y'all. There we go.
Be gone, demon. Be gone.
It's little one, and I need someone so high. Pull up and do some, with no brush on, and the pedals moving, and the cover's moving, and it's time for you to join the current. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning love and hoping never. If it does, well, we'll be back again. It's showtime. Come in and have a drink with the whole crew. Come on and join the panel or draw from the chat. Do it how you wanna do. The misfit goods keep the whole chat lit. And soon you'll be a part of it too. So come back again, my friend, or we'll come find you. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll be back again. Now let's make one thing clear. Because of you is why we're here.